his iPhone.
Okay, we are at 1 o'clock. Should we go ahead and get started?
Yes, please.
All right, welcome back everyone from our recess for the meeting. Hope you all had some good holidays. Hope it was all nice and restful. We will go ahead and get started. We will start off with Leanne kind of going over the agenda again, since it has been several days. And then we'll have the EPA staff introduce themselves, and then we'll get right into the deliberations over the charge questions for the PA.
Okay, so I just wanted to make a couple of opening remarks as well. First of all, I wanted to thank CASAC, the EPA, and the public for a very productive meeting that we had recently and that we're continuing now. So today and tomorrow, as you well know, we'll be discussing the updated particulate matter policy assessment. And reiterating from my previous opening comments, our goal is to provide useful advice to EPA with a focus on whether the policy assessment document is adequate for its intended purpose. I note that our job with the PA is to provide scientific advice, and policy advice is beyond the scope of our role. So we want to be clear in our advice on the policy assessment that it is about science. I also encourage us to continue to strive for consensus, and I've been very, very happy with the discussions we've had in that, with that respect. So we'll be developing consensus responses to the charge questions, and I'll ask panel members to help me make sure that our discussion is sufficient, that the lead discussants can draft those consensus responses. I also asked panelists, as I mentioned at the end of last meeting, to summarize the key points that you think rise to the importance of being included in the consensus responses. And you don't need to list detailed comments that are unlikely to be in the consensus responses. We can count on EPA to address our individual comments, the minor and specific comments, and to make corrections that we identify. Also, in our advice to EPA, we've already noted the importance of distinguishing between changes we recommend versus changes we suggest. And as we learned in the ISA supplement review meetings, since this is a reconsideration of a previous review, we may want to further clarify or which recommendations we're making that should be implemented in the current versus the next review process, since EPA clarified for us that they need to maintain some continuity of terminology and framing across the documents in the current review process. So with respect to the agenda, we'll go over each policy assessment charge question in order, one at a time. The agenda is in the order of the chapters without specific mention of the charge questions for each chapter other than chapter 3, which is the reconsideration of the PM 2.5 primary standards. And only those individual charge questions and charge question 3 are separately assigned. So for the individual charge questions listed under all other chapters, the assigned discussants are responsible for all of them. I'll read the charge questions at the beginning of each chapter or charge question discussion. I also note that the timing in the agenda is approximate. I'm hoping that we can get slightly ahead of schedule today so that we ensure there's enough time for a full discussion of the reconsideration of the PM 2.5 standards. Both days have a 20-minute break beginning at as close as possible to 3 o'clock Eastern time. The exact timing will depend a little bit on where we are in the discussion. I also note there will be time for additional clarifying public comments tomorrow near the end of the meeting, and I will close with a summary and action items. So with that, I invite EPA to introduce themselves, and I'll turn it over to EPA to do that.
Thanks, Leanne. I think I'm going to begin. I'm Erica Sasser, and I met most of you in October at our introductory meeting, and I have met many of you in person at previous CASAC events. So welcome back. And let me say by way of introduction that I am the director of the Health and Environmental Impacts Division. So my division is in the Office of Air and Radiation, and we are responsible for the regulatory and policy aspects of the NAAQS, which means that we produce the policy assessment and the risk analyses that are presented as part of that document. I have with me today quite a number of folks, and they are prepared to answer specific questions as they might arise. And to introduce that team, I would like to turn it over to Karen Wesson, who will do the introduction of the team members.
Thank you, Erica, and good afternoon, everyone. So this has definitely been a very large team effort, and lots of people have contributed. I'm just going to introduce a few team members that can help answer questions today and give you some understanding of their expertise. So first, I want to introduce Bob Whalen. And Bob is the group leader for the Risk and Benefits Group, and they lead the risk and exposure assessment work. And then also, I want to introduce Nicole Hagan and Lars Perlmutt. They are the EPA staff co-leads for the PM NAAQS reconsideration and for the policy assessment, and they are happy to answer questions across the board associated with the policy assessment. Next, I want to introduce Elizabeth Chan. She is the EPA staff lead for the risk assessment analysis, and she is happy to answer questions about that as they come up. Moving on, I want to introduce Jim Kelly, Brett Gant, and Tim Hanley. So they are the leads for the air quality analyses, including the air quality modeling information and information on PM monitoring and the monitoring network, and they can answer questions on those things. And then last, I want to introduce Sheila Igo and David Orlin. They are here from the Office of General Counsel and can assist with any legal questions that you may have associated with the NACs. And with that, that is the team, and we look forward to today's conversation.
Thank you very much, Karen and Erica, and welcome to everyone. So the first topic of deliberation today is Chapter 1, the introduction. So if we could have the charge question. So Chapter 1 provides introductory information, including a summary of the legislative requirements for the NACs, an overview of the history of the PM NACs and the decisions made in prior reviews, and a summary of the scope and approach for the reconsideration of the 2020 final decision. To what extent does the CASAC find the information in Chapter 1 is clearly presented and that it provides useful context for this consideration? So the lead discussants for this chapter are Drs. Boylan, George Allen, Judy Chow, and Dr. Kleinman. And so I ask Jim Boylan to lead us out.
Oh, trying to get my video on. All right, there we go. All right, so Chapter 1, which was the introduction, I thought it was very clearly presented. The level of details is appropriate to provide useful context for the reconsideration. The CASAC advice on the PM review completed in 2020 was adequately described. The only comment I really had was the last sentence of the chapter, page 1-18, is confusing. It says the EPA filed a motion for the court to hold the consolidated cases in absence until March 1st, 2023. The court has not yet acted on EPA's motion, which the court granted on October 1st, 2021. So it's contradictory there. And so just asking EPA to clarify if EPA's motion has been granted or not is really my only comment. So with that, I think we can turn it over to the other members of the group.
All right, next up is George Allen.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Jim, for kicking this off. I agree. It's well done because it's a good job of covering the background, the backstory, the legislative requirements, the PMNAC's history for both the health and welfare effects. The scope of the current review is clearly described, and this actually is important because I know there's been some confusion in this group about just what the PA considers here. And in this case, it does consider both the original 2019 ISA and the 2020 supplement. And I think that's an important distinction. However, the one thing I found missing, and Leanne, I know we talked about this at the end of our last meeting, previous meeting, there's no discussion about how we got here, why we're doing this. You know, there's section 142, you know, has the usual generic statement, you know, standards may not be adequate, but that's not really a useful explanation about why, because the conclusions in the 2020 PA were essentially the same. So that is something, I know, Leanne, you and Jim and Mark Frampton were going to get together and write something up about what happened last time, but it's unclear to me whether that is something that would just go in our letter or whether it's something you would ask EPA to include in the PA. So I'm a little confused about that one, but go ahead.
Yeah, do you want me to respond now?
Yes,
So,
yes, yes,
uh,
please.
and I think this does deserve a little bit more discussion about how we're going to frame it and what our job is. But my vision was that there's a role for CASAC to comment on why we're doing this, separate from whatever we ask EPA to do in its documents. And so it would probably be helpful, assuming we have time in these 2 days, to revisit exactly what key points we want to make, because I don't think we had that discussion yet. It came up towards the end of last meeting. But I think for the purposes of responding to this charge question, I would say what we want to do is discuss what we think needs to be addressed with respect to Chapter 1. So I see Jim has his hand up.
Yeah, I guess just to add, George, I definitely agree that that needs to be discussed. I guess my question would be, I know you specifically mentioned in your written comments and we talked about the causal framework, being called into question. And I know in your written comments, you mentioned the National Academy of Sciences is now actually looking at this, and that came out of the last assessment. So I guess my question is, since it's really talking about the causal framework, wouldn't that maybe fit better in the ISA, because the ISA is really all about causal determinations, rather than putting it in the policy assessment? So I guess that's what my question is. Where would it, I agree that discussion needs to be put in, but would it be better in the policy assessment or in the ISA supplement?
That's a good question. But yes, I would want to see something about the NASEM committee on the causality. I mean, they're chugging along. They've had several meetings recently. I think their report out will be still several months from now. But it certainly is relevant to the ISA. That's a good point. I think in the context of an introduction and kind of a backstory, it could even also go in the PA, but as long as it's somewhere, that would be useful.
Okay, Neetha, did you want to say something?
Yeah, this is just really quick in response to the concern brought up by George for this section. I do think, just to echo, I do think some explanation about why changes or revision of the standards weren't made in response to the 2020 EPA is needed, specifically because on page 115 at the start, I think it's lines 3 and 4, that we note that the 2020 PA concluded that the scientific evidence and information supported revision of the level of the primary annual PM 2.5 standard to below the current level of 12. There's no explanation about why that hadn't happened at that time. It sort of glosses over there and goes right into the next section that now we're at the point of reconsidering. And so this might be a way to factually just describe why adoption wasn't made at that time, in addition to like whatever other additional statements may not be there. But I found this section really easy to read and follow, and was really helpful for me, for someone that hasn't been part of this process, but it was a glaring gap in the explanation of what has happened over time.
Thank you. I think we'll go back to the list of assigned discussants. And next up is Judy Chow.
Hi, everybody. Yes, I agree that Chapter 1 is well written, but they have provided limited information on the 24-hour PM10 standard of 150 microgram cubic meter. I mean, that follows the same level and format established over 30 some years ago in 1987. That A new reference standard for PM course was specified in 2006. However, very little effort has been made to provide a basis of using the data from those PM course or PM10 minus 2.5 measurements to support future next review. This PM course indicator intends to characterize suspended dust from traffic, construction, and the industrial sources. However, the 2006 proposal excludes windblown dust in the rural area and soils generated from agricultural and mining sources that create lots of controversy. And ever since, as far as I remember, this PM core standards being dropped. And I thought some perspective may be added so people have a better understand. I thought 2006, the biggest issue was the excluding the dust from agriculture and mining industry. And analysis of spatial and temporal distribution of PM cores would be helpful to address the 2020 PM next evaluation. And it should be recognized that another thing, important part of the PM course is that it includes carbonaceous aerosol, particularly a bioaerosol, and some potentially some microplastic. So I felt this is a subject we should probably pursue. As I mentioned in the last meeting, that the ISA includes causal relationship of the evaluate the welfare effects category. Welfare include visibility, climate change, and material effects. But the ISA supplement only include one public preference study for visibility impairment without an indication of the evaluation of more recent work on climate change or material damage. And even within the period that EPA point to between June 2018 and March 2020, maybe some of the references can be added. Thank you.
Thanks. And with respect to that, I think one of the important things for us to do maybe is to suggest what those references are. So that might be something.
Yeah, add in the section 5 and
Okay.
chapter 5. Yeah.
Thank you. John.
Just unmuting, sorry. I just wanted to second Judy Chow's suggestion that something should be put in about dropping the PM 10 standard of course. That there was a lot of politics, which I know we're not supposed to deal with about that, but I think the science at the time that was dropped was somewhat ignored. So I think that staff owes us an explanation for, as Judy suggested.
Thank you. Jim Boylan.
Yeah, and I guess I'm asking for clarification because I'm in charge of writing this one up. So I agree, Judy, you made some good points. I think this chapter did talk about the new form of the PM10 standard and how it was vacated and then it actually reverted back to the previous standard. It did talk about that. I think some of Judy, your other comments, which I think are very good ones, I'm wondering if they fit better in the chapter 2 discussion where it actually starts talking about the measurements and the emissions and all that with PM10 rather than the introduction, which seems to be much higher level, talking about the regulatory background and history. And I'm just wondering if your comments would fit better into chapter 2 and your comment about the lack of the visibility studies would fit better into the chapter, is it chapter 4 or chapter 5? So I guess I'm asking, if you think it's appropriate for those to go into the chapter 1, or if they, and I agree the information is good, or should it go into the supplemental chapters where it actually talks about that stuff in more detail? Would that be chapter 2 and chapter 4, right? I think, yeah.
Either way is fine with me. I was, I had some, I was shuffling things around too when I was writing the comments. So Jim, thank you.
Okay, I guess we'll make sure they get in one place or the other. I'm sort of thinking they might fit better in the later chapters, because that's where I think, more details and the fact that, they never started really making the course measurements. I think that's a recommendation for, future action or future research, or, I think there's also that piece of it where that could be a recommendation that going forward that they really need to beef up the PM course network, because without the data, you really can't do any analyses. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Jim. George.
I just wanted to, I'm having a hard time taking the review of PM10 and even visibility this time around seriously. I don't know if EPA was required to do them as part of this reconsideration, or if they could have just done PM 2.5. I mean, the reality is we're here because of PM 2.5, health-based primary standard. There's lots of work to be done for PM10 and visibility, as Jim just mentioned, and for visibility, a decade or more ago, CASAC asked EPA to develop a visibility FRM. Very little ever happened from that. We certainly didn't get an FRM. So these are things that they're there every time around, and every time around nothing happens. And I don't see anything happening this time around since we're really focused elsewhere. So I'm just having a hard time taking the PM10, the visibility review in the sense that it really should be done. I don't see us doing that this time. I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay, that's something I think we're going to need to wrestle with in terms of how we respond and what advice we give to EPA. I'm going to turn it over to Mike Kleinman for the last assigned word on this chapter.
Thank you. So I want to, kind of support everything that has been said. I think what this chapter lacks is a statement of the limitations imposed on it, on the PA and on the review, because of the way they set it up. And I think it should be pointed out that the new information on non-causal health effects, respiratory, neurological, and other effects, were not included in the supplemental ISA. And therefore, they may have, if they were included, it might have further influenced the position on alternative standards. I think it's important that be drawn, pointed out in the introduction. And then supporting what Judy and John said, especially speaking from a California standpoint, the bioaerosol, including the material from wildfires, has become increasingly prevalent. And I'd be surprised if new information on exposures to coarse PM might not have provided additional support for thinking about a change in those standards. But this review was limited, and I think that should be pointed out as at least a limitation of the policy assessment, that it only depended on for coarse PM on what had been reported in the previous PA. So it would be, I think that is a clear limitation of what they've done. And I had one other comment when we talk about the letter, and this may already be kind of in the works, but I just wanted to point out that this introduction clearly identifies a requirement to set, the statutory requirement to set primary and secondary standards requisite to protect public health and welfare with an adequate margin of safety, and without, considering costs of implementing the standards. And I think that kind of statement should be in the preamble to our letter, just as a reminder of what, how we're thinking about this problem. So that's it. Those are my suggestions.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else on the panel wish to comment on this chapter? Oh, Corey.
Thanks. Just back to this point about the comment that I think George brought up first about whether the introduction is missing some sort of context about why, given the conclusions of the 2020 PA, why the standard wasn't changed. Chapter 3 has a lot of information along those lines with quotes from the administrator's letter in support of the decision to retain the standard. And so I just wonder whether it might help to have some of that information in chapter 3. Section 3.1.1 talks about key considerations informing the administrator's decision that it says that the key considerations informing the administrator's decision that the 2012 standards be retained are summarized in that section. And I found all of that context to be incredibly helpful, both when reading the PA, also when reading the ISA. So I just wonder whether what we might wish to suggest is that some of that material be put in the introduction.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina.
Hello. So I just have two clarifying questions that I want to ask the EPA staff, because just reading the section around PM10, is it just PM core studies that were evaluated in the 2019 ISA and did not include PM10 studies? Because I know there's, a slight difference with those, just trying to understand which studies were included and excluded. And yeah, so that's my question.
Somebody at EPA want to respond to that question?
All right, Jason, would you like to take that? It sounds like it's an ISA question to me.
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
I just wanted to know if which studies were included in the 2019 ISA, not the draft supplement we reviewed. Was it just studies who said they studied PM course, or those that studied PM10?
Okay, yep, great question. So it was only studies that focused on coarse particles, so 10 minus 2.5. In the 2009 ISA, we did include PM10 studies as well as coarse particle, but for 2019, to focus more specifically on the coarse particle fraction, we focused on 10 minus 2.5.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from anyone? Jim, do you feel like you have enough information to draft the consensus responses?
Yes, I have enough to get it going.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then with that, I think we'll move on to chapter 2. And so chapter 2 describes the major PM emission sources, the atmospheric chemistry related to PM and ambient air, the PM monitoring network, PM air quality trends and relationships, an overview of hybrid modeling methods used to estimate PM 2.5 concentrations, analyses to inform our understanding of mean PM 2.5 concentrations for monitors and hybrid models and their relationships with design values, and background PM. So the first question is, what are the panel's views on the technical approach taken and analyses completed to inform our understanding of how PM 2.5 concentrations calculated using composite monitors and area averages from hybrid modeling approaches compare to area design values? Question 2, to what extent does the CASAC find that the information in Chapter 2 is clearly presented and that it provides useful context for this reconsideration? And so this chapter, it's Drs. Turpin, Boylan, Chow, Panet-Gonzalez, and Sarnant. Dr. Adams is not participating in this review. So I'll ask Barbara Turpin to open up the discussion.
Sure. And I guess maybe to me, it makes sense to do question 1 and 2 together. Does that sound okay with everyone?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see any reason to separate it unless you all feel like there's a reason to separate it.
Hearing none. Okay. Well, so I thought the approach taken was to the technical approach taken and the analysis to inform our understanding of how PM concentrations are calculated using composite monitors and area averages from the hybrid modeling approach and comparing with area design values. I thought that approach was thorough, appropriate, and informative. It's kind of a technical and a little bit of a tricky thing to explain. And so I felt like they did a good job of that. And generally, the material in Chapter 2 was clearly presented and provides a useful context for consideration. I think my comments in terms of the information presented in Chapter 2 are mostly about emissions estimate uncertainties, the understanding of the impact of anthropogenic emissions on secondary organic aerosol, and a little bit around wildfires. And so there are several places in Chapter 2 that talk about the oxidation of biogenic hydrocarbons. For example, talking about biogenic hydrocarbons as a natural source of SOA, which is misleading, I think. So for example, on page 2-3, it calls the oxidation of biogenic hydrocarbons such as isoprene and terpenes to produce secondary organic aerosol as a natural source of SOA. But we know that it's not necessarily natural. For example, SOA from isoprene oxidation products depends on the acidity. Isoprene epoxydiol, IEPOX, forms SOA because of multi-phase chemistry involving the acidity of the aerosol and the liquid water that's associated with sulfate, and sulfate's largely anthropogenic. And so I provided some what I think are good references to talk about that. Wildfires aren't exactly natural either, but it's sort of a different case. It's, humans ignite about 4 times as many large fires as lightning. And certainly climate change can exacerbate wildfire impacts. So that's also page 2-3. Page 2-13 talks about, it says, here's a quote, it says, it's not clear how uncertainties in emission estimates affect air quality modeling, but there are substantial uncertainties in emissions and estimates. I think that's well understood, but I think this language overstates those uncertainties. That there have been, there are, some good approaches, very useful approaches to get a handle on the size of those uncertainties, comparing top-down and bottom-up approaches, and then varying emissions within those bounds in sensitivity analyses, in chemical transport models, to inform us about how uncertainties in emissions estimates result in variability in air quality modeling results. So that could be more sort of accurately stated, I think. Let's see. Oh, page 2-42. One thing that isn't said, but about hybrid exposure models, but I think is an important point, is that hybrid exposure models allow us to do us in general to do a better job of covering the exposure of rural residents, which are not as well represented by monitors, and thus better represent the diversity of exposures experienced by all Americans. And let's see, I think in that section 2-3-3, I agree with the statement that hybrid PM 2.5 modeling methods have improved the ability to estimate PM exposures compared to earlier approaches, and that the excellent performance in cross-validation tests suggests they're reliable for estimating PM exposure in many applications. So with regards to SOA formation from biogenic sources, I think on page 2-64, it talks about that a little bit more. And anyway, I provided a reference about the importance of anthropogenic pollutants to the formation of SOA from biogenic VOCs. I think there's I guess the last comment I have on this chapter really is about, the open question, I think, about wildfire smoke. These increasing very large wildfires that we seem to be having. It seems like these events really risk eroding the progress that's been made in air quality and health in the United States. And, I don't know, it's just sort of an open question, will the exceptional events designations, what happens with that? Will they end up extending throughout the warm months over much of the West in the future? And will that mean that a substantial portion of the US population is no longer protected by the National Ambient Air Quality Standards? I'm not sure anybody can answer that question, but it's a question that is pretty relevant, I think. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Barbara. Jim, you're next. Oh, wait a minute. Did you want to say something first in response to that? Sorry, Jim.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm in my car, so hope you hear me okay. I just wanted to second, third, fourth to infinity support what Barbara just said about wildfires. I think that coming from California and actually being a policy, air quality and climate change policy person in California, when we have a month, literally a month straight of spare the air days in the Bay Area in 2020, and then another month or more in other parts of California in 2021 during the fire season, we can no longer consider, I think EPA should no longer consider these entirely natural events, and B, events for which exceedances of the standard are not counted in terms of attainment. You should hear public testimony like I have heard from the Central Valley of California about the poor air quality related to wildfires. So I think that this PA is not the place to entirely deal with that issue, but I think the importance of that issue is such that at least there should be more attention to wildfire smoke PM 2.5 in this chapter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. George, do you want to follow up on this thread?
I just want to weigh in with this similar thinking with Barbara and John. I have a little paragraph in my individual comments on it that wildfire exceptional events really aren't exceptional anymore. And, there's a substantial anthropogenic component to them. Whether that can be controlled by a state or local air agency is another question. And no, this meeting is not the forum to really get into this, but it's out there, it's changing. And, we've at some point, EPA will have to, revisit it. And I'm not sure, what we have right now, where they're all just simply excluded, no longer makes sense. I just wanted to, support those comments.
All right, thank you. Now, Jim, I think we'll move on to you.
Okay, good. So I will take these one question at a time. My response to the first question is pretty short. My response to the second one's a little longer. But for the first question, the document provides a good overview of the hybrid modeling methods used to estimate PM 2.5 concentrations. The comparison of PM 2.5 concentration surfaces computed with DI 2019 and HA 2020 to regulatory design values is very useful for understanding the relationship between area averages and design values. However, I was unable to replicate the values listed in table 2-6 in the column labeled ratio of average maximum annual DVs to average annual PM 2.5 concentrations. And in my notes, I've divided the two numbers they gave us, and I don't get the number they get in the column. And so it'd be good for EPA to clarify that. And based on, if my calculation is correct, and maybe I'm doing something wrong, but if my calculation is correct, then there's pieces of the document that need to basically change some percentage languages where it talks about annual PM 2.5 design values are often 40 to 50% higher than annual average PM 2.5 concentrations. If my calculation is correct, that needs to be changed to 33 to 41% higher instead of 40 to 50% higher. So maybe EPA can check that and then update that if that's needs to be updated.
So Jim, I don't want to interrupt you, but I see Karen has her hand up. So Karen Wesson, so there may be a response right now that might, as opposed to waiting to the end of your comments. Go ahead, Karen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jim. So I just wanted to clarify. So what was done was the averages were calculated in each of the areas, and then the ratio was computed, and then an average was taken across the ratios. So in that way, you can't take the average of the PM 2.5 concentrations in design values and mean and ratio them to get that same answer. So it's just the order of the averaging that I think that is influencing the differences. And I think it's right now it's a bit confusing because the title of the columns suggest exactly what you did. So that would be a correction we'd want to make.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for the clarification. And that makes sense that doing it the way you said would definitely give you a different number. So yeah, I guess the recommendation would be to have EPA clarify what they actually did in the update. So, and I can add that to my individual comments as well. Okay, good. So I'm going to move on to the second question. And this one, I've got a lot of stuff. I'm going to go through some of it quickly, but some of it might need some discussion, but I'm just going to go through this. So the first is the emission density maps and the emission pie charts were very informative. The document says that they were not able to estimate the coarse PM, and then the PM10 can provide insight to sources of coarse particles. And while that approach is okay, to me, it seems it would be easy to calculate the emissions of coarse PM by simply subtracting the PM 2.5 from the PM10 to create the PM coarse because they have it at the county level already and by source category. And so by just subtracting the two, they could come up with county level emission density plots and pie charts. So this would allow the reader to better understand the sources of coarse PM emissions rather than, trying to do the math in their head, which is what I was trying to do. So that's a recommendation. Parts of the chapter, specific, and I mentioned page 27, 28, 210, the document fails to mention ammonia as a major component of PM 2.5 mass, and ammonium as a major component of PM 2.5 mass, and ammonia as an important gas precursor. Later in the chapter, they start talking about ammonia and ammonium, but my recommendation is that needs to be included right from the beginning because those are important components and precursors. It also states biogenic sources are significant contributors to both VOC and NOx emissions, and it is unclear what is meant by significant. My guess is that, or my experience is that it's a lot more significant for VOCs than it is for NOx, and that the document should include a comparison of biogenic VOCs and NOx emissions to the anthropogenic VOC and NOx emissions to actually allow us to understand what is meant by significant. And then figure 29A shows 8% of the SO2 emissions are from dust, which doesn't really seem to make sense to me. And I think it may have meant to label that fires. So, because I don't think we're getting SO2 emissions from dust, but EPA can correct that. The next section of my comments talks about is section 2231, which talks about federal reference methods and continuous monitors. And in this section, it states that in 2020, there were 527 FRM filter-based samplers and 660 continuous FEMs used for comparison with the PM NACs. Previously, the PM monitoring network was dominated by FRM samplers, and they said that there was over 1,500 FRM samplers in 2001. Since the emergence of FEMs is a relatively recent thing. I looked at numbers in Georgia in 2016. Georgia had 24 FRMs and 2 FEMs. Currently, as of today, we are running 15 FRMs and 14 FEMs. So we've seen a similar trend that EPA presented here, where it used to be dominated by FRMs, and now it's basically a 50-50 split. Georgia plans to aggressively replace our FRMs with FEMs. And it's not just Georgia, this is many states across the country are aggressively replacing FRMs with FEMs. In fact, EPA is using millions of dollars from the American Rescue Plan funds to provide grants money to states to help with the transition from FRMs to FEMs. So kind of wanted to lay that background. The document goes on to state continuous FEMs compared to co-located monitoring agency FRMs were biased high by 11.5% bias. with a large size sample of over 85,000 pairs between 2018 and 2020. And so, I mean, I think first of all, the fact that the 11.5 bias to me is actually a pretty big number, just 11.5%. And that's over a whole bunch of samples at a whole bunch of locations. So individual locations can be significantly higher than the 11.5%. And on the other hand, some can be lower than the 11.5%. And when you average it all together, you get 11.5%, which is a big number to start with. So I looked at Georgia data. And so that number is higher than EPA's goal of plus or minus 10% of total bias, which is put in the document. So when I looked at the Georgia document, I actually provided a table in there showing average values from maybe 10 different sites in Georgia where we had co-located FRM and FEMs. And I'm seeing actually even bigger differences in the data here. The range is for basically annual averages, anywhere from 1 microgram to 2.5 micrograms. And that's the, kind of the level of adjustments to the standards that are being considered here. So, I think this FEM versus FRM is a big difference. The percentage differences ranged anywhere from 15% to over 35%. So these are big differences. And I have the table in my comments. So if the annual standard is lowered, these significant differences can result in an area violating the annual PM2.5 NAAQS with an FEM while being well below the NAAQS with an FRM. Also, the same thing goes for the 24-hour standard, where you could be well below the standard with an FRM, but if you're using an FEM, you're going to be well above the standard. Like I said, the range of differences in the long-term and short-term averages are similar to the range of alternative standards that are being considered for this reconsideration. Also, it should be noted that most historical health studies have been based on the FRM measurement since FEMs are relatively new. However, new studies are using both the FRM and FEM data, which can result in significantly different results. So that the FEM high bias needs to be addressed to make the FRMs and FEMs more comparable. So I'm going to go through the rest of my comments, but I'd like to hear others' thoughts on there. And I think George in his written comments may have mentioned something. So, but I'll go through the rest of my.
Yeah, before you go too far, right?
Oh, I see.
I wondered
Actually, we can talk about it now. So, and I see George has go ahead, Barbara. Yeah.
Just for clarification, sometimes when we talk about differences as a percent, the percent differences are biggest at the lowest concentrations. So when you're talking about, did you provide, I know I'll see your individual comments, but did you talk about the differences between the FEMs and the FRMs as in micrograms per cubic meter also?
Yes. So I have basically I basically calculated an average of all the data we had available for each monitor. And that could sort of be similar to an annual average. I mean, in some cases it's fewer data points. In some cases it's more data points, but it's basically the average across the whole data set for each site. And I do have that in micrograms per cubic meter for the FRM and the FEM. And then I calculate the percent difference of the averages just by looking at the delta and dividing it by the FRM average.
So your main point there is that that it's important to pay attention to the differences between the FEMs and the FRM in terms of interpreting in terms of the design values and whether an area is meeting the standard or not?
Well, I think there's a couple of issues here. One is, health studies traditionally were based on FRMs, and now they're starting to be based on FEMs. And so if an FEM is reading, 2.5 micrograms higher on an annual average and 5 to 10 micrograms higher on a 24-hour value, that it's going to cause issues with being able to compare previous health studies to the current health studies. But I think the other issue is, as you move forward, you set these standards based on health studies that are based on FRM measurements. And then you take an FEM that's measuring significantly higher, and you're expected to now meet the standard that was set based on the FRM with an FEM. And it just doesn't seem appropriate to be doing that, because states are not going to be able to show it. I mean, the question is, I don't know what the answer is, which one is correct, FEM or FRM. FRMs have issues with volatilization of condensables off the filter, and FEMs have their own issues. So it's kind of
So those are two separate issues in a sense, right? Like in chapter
Yes.
3, when they talk about epi studies, or in the supplement and the original ISA, they talk about epi studies, they go to a great deal of effort to talk separately about the studies that are based on hybrid modeling methods compared to, let's say, the studies that are based on measurements. And and to take that into consideration when setting the standard, and how to get from those measurements to the design value. And so this is sort of comparing, if you used FEMs in your health study, you would have to think about that as well. So that's
Yes.
one of the issues I see. And I would think the other issue is that once you set the standard, how do you evaluate whether or not a state meets the standard?
Yes.
And
Yep.
is that data based on FEMs or FRMs? And that seems like, in my mind, that doesn't have to do with the standard setting process. It has to do with the determination of whether you're in attainment or not.
Yeah, I think that you're right. That would be an implementation issue.
Right. And so
the second one, right?
Yeah, and I see we get a couple of people with their hand up, and I wondered if, if we can get, maybe we should ask that question of EPA about how did they deal with the FRM versus FEM issue in the analysis of the EPI studies. Maybe we should ask that first and then take George and Jeremy's hands.
All right, we can do that if there's somebody from EPA that wants to respond to that question.
So if I understand your question, you are asking, given the analysis that was done to try to understand the differences between a design value and means, have we also taken a different slice at it by looking at how those would compare depending on the types of monitors that are used in the studies, FRMs versus FEMs?
Yeah, I don't know if you looked at values for, PM values for FRMs versus FEMs, and if it makes a difference in terms of, Jim's analysis for Georgia suggests it could make a difference, right? And if you've looked at that for the overall, national data, and then, if it does, did you look at that from the standpoint of evaluating the concentrations in the EPI study in comparison to the design values?
Right. I think that the simple answer to your question is no, we didn't look at that. The more complicated answer is, one of the things that we struggle with is looking at the EPI studies and understanding exactly what was used and done in each of the EPI studies, right? And so, in some of these very large scale analyses where monitors are used across the United States, sometimes it's not clear, is it FRMs, is it FEMs, is it a mix? And so, I see your point, and I think it's a good one, but I don't know that I have an answer that we've taken that angle and looked, or even seen, to be honest with you, if that is something, if we can slice that bologna there, that then when it comes to the EPI studies and what they used. I don't know, Tim, if you have anything. Tim Hanley is our expert on the monitoring network. And so you may have something more to add with respect to the FRMs versus FEMs, more than I can answer for sure.
Thanks, Karen. First, thanks, James Wellen, for your review of this. It's really cool to connect the monitoring data to the EPI studies. And so really great discussion. The point I want to bring to the table I think is relevant is that, as you pointed out, there's been this transition over several years from FRM to FEM. Several of the first FEMs that were approved were beta attenuation technologies, which tend to perform reasonably well on a bias issue, but have more imprecision in terms of their variability on hour to hour and day to day. So for long-term studies, I think that probably is a good thing, because long-term studies are going to have thousands of data points, perhaps more over a multi-year period. And so I'm expecting that most of the studies that are already incorporating, and I don't know this, but most of the studies already incorporating long-term data from FRM and FEMs were probably, if they were FEM data, were probably beta attenuation technology, maybe a couple other things, FDM, STM technology, and so forth. The large biases that you were citing that consistently between chapter 2 and then the information you presented from your colleagues' work in ambient monitoring in the state of Georgia, a lot of that is substantially influenced by a technology known as the Teledyne T640, which has tremendously good precision and is really good news, and is going to be good news for lots of data uses down the road, but does have more biases. And then, as mentioned earlier, I think it was by Barbara, as we get numbers closer to 0, we're going to see biases be inflated. So again, the point I'm raising is that I'm expecting most of the long-term studies that are published, if they've been published 3-4 years ago, that was data from several years ago, and most of those would definitely be FRM and maybe some FEM data. Really, the biases we're seeing introduced in the network more recently, this Teledyne T640 unit's growing by leaps and bounds because it's easier to work with, tremendous data. You can get PM 2.5, PM 10, PM course, if you pay for the upgrade, even PM 1 out of the same box in excellent precision. Precision's amazing out of it. But there is a bias, and we're aware of that, and we're thinking about how we can work towards improving that. So let me stop there and see if you wanted to make sure if there were any questions that folks had for me.
Leanne, I just had a question related to what Tim just said. Can I jump in or?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so Tim, you said that it's your understanding that the data from Georgia that Jim was talking about, the FEMs there predominantly are the BAMs or the Teledyne instruments?
Yeah, this is Jim. So the
Jim,
instruments that from our data set, we are predominantly, or almost, I believe almost 100%, the Teledyne T640s.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, we've gone away from all the BAMs. So we're all the recent data, and actually all the comparisons were based on the Teledyne. That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to move on to George Allen's question? Because I think it's I've sort of lost track. We're still, Jim, I think you weren't quite finished with your comments, but there were a couple of things to discuss with respect to where you were. So go ahead, George.
Yeah, on this specific topic, and Jim, thank you for bringing it up. The issues with FEM agreement with FRMs is a huge issue in state and local air monitoring agencies. We talk about it a lot. We just talked about it yesterday with the NACA Monitoring Steering Committee. Tim was there. Long time no see, Tim. It's definitely a work in progress. I, for one, am a little discouraged that, this far out, we're still struggling with substantial issues with data quality when it comes to FEMs. Tim can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think roughly, or maybe even more than a third of the FEMs that are out there running right now don't meet EPA's data quality requirements for inclusion for comparison against the NACs. And actually, maybe that's good news, because if they're really off, they probably don't end up as the kinds of data that an EPI study would probably use. If they go into AQS and pull out 88101, if an FEM is bad, it's submitted under a different number and wouldn't show up. So maybe that's good news. But the bad news is we're putting a lot of resources into methods that have passed the equivalency designations through ORD, but when you put them out in the real world, they tend to read high. They're occasionally low, but more often than not high. And of course, that's as we consider lower, especially lower annual standards, going from 12 to 10, maybe lower, that this becomes a bigger issue. So I don't know what the path forward is here. I mean, some agencies are looking at saying, well, gosh, we'll have to run FRMs every day just in order to get numbers that don't put us out of a tighter annual standard. There are some options here, both in terms of maybe fixing hardware, but I'm not sure that's going to be productive. But one could actually adjust the FEM data using, say, 1 and 6 today co-located FRMs. There's been some preliminary work that shows that, at least in the sites and areas examined, works very well in basically backing out that bias. And that certainly was talked about yesterday. I don't know if that's something we want to get into here, but there are some data manipulation solutions to this problem that maybe EPA should consider. I don't know how much we want to get into that, but it's out there and it's being discussed. So I'll throw that out there.
Hey, George, this is Jim. I'll just jump in and say I like the idea of a FEM adjustment. I think you're right that it probably is not a discussion for here. That's probably the implementation phase, or if EPA comes up with the implementation rule, that could be part of that piece of it.
Mhm.
Unless you think it deserves. Given
the scope of this review, I'm not sure we want to go down this rabbit hole. But if it were a standard full review, I think it would be fair game. Commenting on measurement methods and FEMs, FRMs can be part of a max review, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So I definitely think we should comment on the methods, and I mean we can even put in the option of a FEM adjustment,
Well, at the very least, say, look, there are issues here. They need to be resolved. They're causing problems on a number of different levels. ... Just to bring the subject up and make EPA aware that this is something that at some point they're going to have to address somewhere.
Yeah.
Can EPA tell us though if the FEM data doesn't meet the plus or minus 10%, does it not go into the database, the EPA database? So if that's true, then a lot of the EPI studies draw from that database if they're using measurement data.
Well, this is Jim. I'll let EPA speak if that's true or not, but the data, none of our data meets 10%. And as far as I know, it's all in AQS. So
okay.
Was there anybody from EPA that wanted to comment?
This is Tim again. It's all part of implementation and running the networks. Methods that are biased, air agencies, state, local, tribal air agencies generally submit all the data to AQS. There is a provision if the FEM data specific to PM 2.5 does not meet the performance goals, and there are goals, not requirements of that plus or minus 10% bias, they can request that the data be set aside. So we are very particular about how we store the data in AQS with the state, local, and tribal air agencies. And so everything under regulatory is available for regulatory, and when states request to set aside and get that approval, that is set aside in a different place in AQS, and that is not provided as the regulatory data that are typically used in studies that help people request data for.
This is Jim, and I guess I'll go on and say that, the only time a state might do that is if it's going to be the difference between attainment and non-attainment. If you're well below the standard, usually the state's not going to mess with that. But that doesn't mean the data is still not out there for use in epi studies and things. So I think it is an issue.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Bolin. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Jeremy, did you have comments on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, most have been addressed, but I think that I just want to kind of follow up on this issue about the implications for interpreting the epi studies, the health effect studies. I'm not as worried about this. I mean, I think that what we're dealing with here and what this chapter really shows is that all of these different approaches for estimating population exposures are just surrogates of, the biologically relevant, component or part of PM that we're interested in. And I hear your point, Jim, but, if the standards were based on a single study and that study was, based on FEM data, I would say, that's an important point. But what this chapter is showing is that there are so many methods, these hybrid methods, these modeling approaches, these measurement approaches, using different instruments. So it's really the collective body of evidence here with regard, in my mind, to the implications for the health effect studies. So I'm just going to weigh in and say that I'm not as worried. It's a good point from a technical standpoint, and an instrument standpoint. Comparisons are really interesting. I did have a question, and actually, I don't know if this is to EPA or maybe to George. My understanding was that there usually is a correction when it comes to comparing an FEM versus an FRM. I mean, I know that's the case, for instance, with the TIOMs, like you always kind of apply some sort of correction, but I guess that's not the case with other FEMs. And if it's not, then I think that's a gap in our knowledge right now. So I'll stop talking. I'll get out of the rabbit hole now.
All right, do we need to get an answer to that? Anybody who wants to chime in? I think we want to make sure to keep moving.
Yeah, the original PM10 TOM had a built-in correction factor to make it match better. Current technologies, PM2.5 FRMs, Tim can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe any of them have any of that kind of a fudge factor as part of their innards in the software, although there has been maybe consideration of doing that for some of them to bring the TAPI T640, back into the pack.
All right, thank you. I think, Jim, were you finished with your comments, or do you have a few more things?
I have a few more things. None of them will probably be discussion items. There'll be more statements. So I'll just go through those real quick.
Okay.
So page 2-25 states declining SO2 emissions during this time period are primary results of reduction at stationary sources such as EGUs, with substantial reductions also for mobile sources. And I don't think that statement is true. And that's supported with, their pie chart showing 1% SO2 from mobile sources and things like that. So that's in my notes. Also, between figure 224 and 223, there's fewer sites. And in fact, for example, Georgia goes from 3 sites to 0 sites, and it would be good for EPA to add an explanation why the number of monitors are different between the two figures. Moving on. So table 2-2 has ratio of maximum 24-hour DVs to CBSA averages, but the numbers in the column don't seem reasonable. And maybe EPA can talk to this one, but when I look at the, I assume this column is based on figure 2-29, which is on the next page, which compares CBSA max 2017-2019 design values to CBSA average 2017 to 2019 annual design values. And based on the figure, it looks like the ratio should be really in the range of 2 to 6, not 1.22 to 1.26. So either I'm interpreting what's in table 2.2 wrong, or the numbers in the table are wrong. If EPA has an answer for that, they can say that now, or they can, address that when they update the document.
Is this another case of where they're, taking an average and then a ratio of averages or a average of ratios sometimes?
So I don't think this would explain this, because this is looking at the ratio of a 24-hour maximum design value to a annual average. I mean, those numbers are not going to be anywhere near 1. They're going to be many times higher, such as 2 to 6 times higher. So I don't think that that's the reason on this one. The numbers just don't seem to make sense to me. So, and then I just have a couple more. Page 268. It says the highest organic matter contributions at any site shown in figure 240, including the 3 southeastern monitors, is 2 micrograms. And when I look at the chart, I see many sites with 4 micrograms, and that's in 2004. And I see a couple of sites in 2016 with 3 micrograms. So that statement doesn't seem to be true. And then the last one is on page 268. It states, while contributions from ammonium sulfate have decreased substantially at some of the monitors, particularly the eastern sites, contributions from organic aerosols are roughly consistent between 2004 and 2016. Again, looking at figure 240, that actually just doesn't seem correct. It appears that there's only 2 sites where the OM is not reduced between 2004 and 2016, while the other 10 sites had significant reductions in OM, ranging anywhere from 20% to 50%. And I think this goes back to Barbara's original point is, some of these sites are dominated by biogenics, but the OM is going down because of the reduction in the anthropogenic emissions and the oxidation, the oxidizer in the atmosphere, the ozone, the OH radicals are going down. So that secondary formation has decreased over time, which is shown by 10 of the sites. So I think that the statement that it's been consistent between 2004 and 2016 isn't really accurate. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jim. I think we'll move on to Judy Chow.
Yeah, with respect to the first question about technical approach, I agree that the use of hybrid modeling to estimate ambient PM 2.5 concentrations improves with the evidence of exposure assessment as a complement to area design values, and the evaluation of those performance of 3 different hybrid modeling approach seems to show some good estimate of PM 2.5 exposure. But the point I want to point out is that they only have very little attention, or a few references was used to support a satellite-derived aerosol optical depths, AOD methodology. In my written comment, I point to the recent development of this multi-angle implementation for atmospheric correction, they call it MAAC, and the tropospheric emission monitoring of pollution, they call the TEMPO. Those satellites intend to take hourly measurements at higher spatial resolution, and they can go through 48 states in like 2 times in a day, and provide new insights on how we utilize those satellite measurement in assessing regional air quality, visibility, impairment, may even be used for future EPI study. So I think it's important to point out that the integration of satellite measurement with high resolution of low cost sensors may also be considered to improve the current understanding of the temporal and the spatial variations of PM 2.5 mass concentrations. With respect to the second question that I felt additional information on emission sources of PM course monitoring and the neural measurement needed for some clarification. And Jim mentioned that in his statement earlier. See, PM course accounts for 11.3 million tons of annual emissions, so it's pretty large amount presented. Yes, I agree with Jim that they should really be presented by national source sectors. So that's along with the emission density map. So we have a clear view, because the current figures 2 and 2-3 and 2-3, 2 and 2-3 are difficult to compare because they use different color scheme, the same color scheme for different level. So it made it's made it very difficult for some cross comparison. Another point is that files accounts for 43% of the 5.7 million tons of PM 2.5 emission. Fire also account for over 60% of the organic carbon emissions. So that's I felt that the frequency and the intensity of the fire events over the past decade may deserve some attention to be present, and EPA might want to consider to illustrate the long-term trend in fire coverage, acreage, and duration, and the potential impacts on public health and the welfare. I also agree with the other members in the committees discussed earlier that wildfire has been extended for a prolonged period of time. And I know it's not part of our charge. Should they still be considered as exceptional event? Because whenever they consider as exceptional event, they are not counted for the standard attainment. So this implies that the residents are exposed to heavy smoke for over like a month-long period of time, like I did for the summer, in August in Reno. This implies that the area can be in attainment for PM next, but not necessarily being protective for public welfare. But like George said, we probably don't know what to do with it, but I think this is something important to point out. It's no longer as exceptional event, and that's something really important we should address because people do exposure for that. And in terms of PM course monitoring, and Jim mentioned earlier that maybe my comments on chapter 1 should be discussed here. Yes, indeed, there are 287 stations that acquire PM course measurement with 78 N-course sites. Some of them dated January of 2011. So that means we have over 10 years of data. Therefore, more descriptive data analysis should be, could be provided. And that they figure 2-22 shows that about half of the 50% reduction in the second highest PM 24-hour PM10 concentration for the past 20 years. But this is mostly due to the reduction of PM 2.5. So what I'm saying is that those are not PM cores. And this chapter also shows that PM 2.5 to PM10 ratio for annual average and for the second highest PM10 concentrations are low, mostly in the Mountain West states. That means they are higher level of the PM course concentrations in the West. And that on section 2325, the national characterization on PM course mass, they really didn't say much except that they indicate that less distinct differences between the Eastern and Western US for annual average and 98 percentile PM course are find that for than as compared to either PM 2.5, PM 10. This is not true because the bottom two panels of PM figure 2-25 shows that significant increase in both annual average and 98th percentile trend for PM cores in eastern Sierra mountain ranges of California. Therefore, sources of those coarse particles, I mean, even though they are intermittent in nature with spatial inhomogeneity, and I feel those data, over 10 years of data and about 287 sites, and probably should be coupled with meteorological data to conduct further analysis and characterize temporal and spatial variations. And that with respect to the near-row measurement, that again, that since 2015, so we have about 5 to 7 years of data, we have 52 near-row sites. And that very little information are given in terms of that, in terms of the near-row measurement. Those are, some of them are 20, 30 meters of target rows to examine, with the intention to examine potential adverse health effect for those people living, working, and attending school near those major roads. But not much discussion was given on NO2 and on CO, black carbon. So I like to see more of the near road discussion. And they have two sites, one in Rochester, New York, and Bonneville, Illinois, just to show us the particle number concentrations. There's a lot more data than that around 50 some sites. I don't know if every site measure PMs, NO2, CO, and black carbon, but that should be elaborated because I felt those near row measurements are very important, that in terms of human exposure. That's it.
Thank you, Judy. Mike, did you want to make a comment before we moved on?
Yes, just an addendum to what Judy was just saying about the effects of short-term PM 2.5 exposures from wildfires. There are tremendous increases in the numbers of incidences where, of elevated PM 2.5 on a short-term basis. And I think it would be useful to at least have some appraisal from EPA, how those, they're not really exceptions anymore, but how those are being considered in the form of the short-term standard, and whether these peak exposures might be important to modify the way we look at short-term exposure.
Thank you. Let's see. I think we're on to Alexandra Panek-Gonzalez.
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to hear so many people interested in giving more attention to wildfire, but I'll start with the first charge question. I just want to say I don't really have much to add, except that I agree with the previous comments on the discussion about hybrid modeling approaches. And I found the in-depth comparison of the 4 methods and then later the 2 methods really useful for me to kind of get a handle on what those studies are showing. Most of my comments are really in response to the second charge question. I thought that the information on PM emission sources and monitoring and trends was overall well presented and clear. I do have a few suggestions that I think could help strengthen the document. So broadly speaking, I think the section on sources would benefit again from expanded discussion of microplastics and also wildfire emissions and wildfire regimes. So I agree, for example, with Judy that it would be useful here to include some text on the changing nature of fire regimes over the past decade. This would provide good context for future assessments. And I specifically think that one thing that could be added in the section on sources contributing to primary 2.5 emissions It would be important to mention smoke at the wildland urban interface. So there's a lot of new research coming out looking at increasing contributions of smoke from wildfires and prescribed fires to urban counties. So I cited some references and provided some references for that. So thinking about that, how urban counties are being increasingly affected by wildfire and wildfire smoke. In the section on ambient monitoring methods and networks, there's a lot of information on the different networks and the number of monitors and what those monitors are providing in terms of data. Because it's all in text, it's a little hard to synthesize as you're reading. So for me, it would be helpful to summarize this information somewhere in the form of a simple table. I didn't see this in the original ISA assessment. I may have missed it, but a simple table that might include, for example, just the name of the network, the number of monitors, and where those monitors are located, whether they're urban or rural, and how many in each type of environment. And then I also agree with Judy on the section on PM 2.5 near major roadways, and also the following section on subdaily concentrations. One thing that I noticed was there seemed to be a lot of missing references, and I've included those in my comments, on the rapidly growing body of knowledge on spatiotemporal variability in PM 2.5 and PM1 concentrations that we're getting from mobile monitoring campaigns, and also from the installation of dense networks of like fixed site sensors. So I think that there's room for discussion on what we're learning about the nature of spatial and temporal variability. For example, us seeing pretty dramatic changes at the block scale in terms of PM 2.5 concentrations. And newer studies are showing that are basically emerging from these monitoring data are showing that a lot of disparities in PM exposure at really fine spatial scales. So I think that citing and mentioning some of these new studies would be useful. So with that, those are kind of my main comments. I have a number of specific comments, but I'll leave those in my document for EPA to review. And with that, I'll turn it over to whoever's next.
All right, thank you. I think next up is Jeremy Sarnat.
Okay, I'll be pretty quick. Most of what I included in my written comments have been brought up by the other panelists. I'll just kind of reiterate a couple of the bigger points that I included. One was the presentation of the descriptive statistics and the correlation analysis in particular. And I thought that it was well done. And I also would like to see some of the correlation analyses with other averaging times, especially subdaily concentrations. And really this is necessitated by the discussion that's come up from the other panelists as well, which is that it is likely that at specific times during the day or given certain exceptional events that you're going to kind of see much different types of correlation patterns emerge. So I thought that what is presented in the PA is useful, and I would encourage maybe an expanded treatment of some of these patterns looking at different averaging times. And then the second point also was brought up previously a couple of times, and that's about the biogenic PM, especially the anthropogenic sources of biogenic PM, SOA especially. And I don't think that this was really, I don't think that this topic was really dealt with, and it deserves more attention. It deserves more context. I would like to see EPA contextualize, whether they believe the source, the scale of these contributions, whether they believe that the anthropogenic sources are substantial relative to other sources of the biogenic PM. Maybe discuss a little bit more. Yeah, okay, I'll leave it at that. But I think my comments really are very consistent with what the others have said on this topic, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jeremy. Is there anyone else on the panel who would wish to comment on Chapter 2 at this time? We've already had quite a full discussion. Christina.
Okay, so I had a few comments as I was listening to the other committee members and reading through this section again. And I just wanted to talk very briefly about the section around ultrafine particles and just a little bit of clarification to add. This is just in reference to on page 241, the paragraph at the bottom around line 18. I'm not sure, this is a suggestion because I'm wondering if it really fits, but perhaps putting for the article that I think is based in Rochester, in terms of putting the actual measure that they use for ultrafine particles, because that's very important in terms of distinguishing what actual size is being captured. And that's, of course, has been noted as one of the challenges to evaluating UFP, is that there's many type of measurement techniques to really be able to measure it. And studies have used a whole plethora of those, so it's kind of hard to nail that down. But mentioning that would perhaps be helpful there, so we know exactly what method they were using to measure ultrafine particles. And also, just on the next page on line 5, of mentioning the actual city there, which is in figure 2.27, which is Bonneville, Illinois, which I just looked up on Google Maps and appears to be very, very rural area next to Champaign, which is already rural. From Illinois, so that's why that kind of stuck out to me. So one of the reasons why that study may have found concentrations lower than urban areas, because it is actually very rural areas. They might want to actually add that as a possible reason in that next paragraph. And I just wanted to agree with Dr. Chow and Dr. Panette in terms of the near roadway and how important that is. And it was very interesting to see the information that was posed there around the differences between the near highway and then those monitors that were away from highways, and the differences there, because I think that's important for, of course, the modeling and then risk assessment, seeing about those disproportionate exposures. That's really key. And I think that's pretty much the summary that I wanted to have. So those are my additions. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else want to chime in? Barbara, do you think you have enough information to write up consensus comments?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, great. Well, we're a little bit behind where I was hoping we would be. I was hoping we could start to get ahead of schedule so we'd have more time for what will probably engender a lot more discussion in chapter 3. So since we have about 20 minutes before our break, I wanted to pull up the charge question 1 on chapter 3 and move into that. Okay, so chapter 3 summarizes the key aspects of the health effects evidence and evaluates mean PM2.5 concentrations reported in key epidemiologic studies that are particularly relevant to considering the adequacy of the current primary PM2.5 standards. Chapter 3 also summarizes the risk assessment and at-risk analyses to inform preliminary conclusions on the primary PM2.5 standards. Finally, Chapter 3 presents the preliminary conclusion that collectively the scientific evidence, air quality analyses, and risk assessment can be reasonably viewed as supporting retention of the 24-hour PM2.5 standard while calling into question the adequacy of the public health protection afforded by the current primary annual PM2.5 standard, and presents alternative annual PM2.5 standards that could be supported by the available scientific and technical information. Chapter 3 also identifies key areas for additional research and data collection in order to inform future reviews. So next slide. So we'll just focus on charge question 1. To what extent does chapter 3 capture and appropriately characterize the key aspects of the evidence assessed and integrated in the 2019 ISA and the draft ISA supplement on PM2.5 related health effects? So the people assigned to this charge question are Doctors Frampton, George Allen, Fuller, Levinsky, Desir, and Peel. And so, Mark, do you want to lead us out with this?
Sure. So my response, I'll just go through my responses to charge question 1, but my responses overlap quite a bit, especially with charge question 2, but we can deal with that. So first of all, I thought chapter 3 really was an excellent summary and characterization of the health effects evidence assessed in both the 2019 ISA and the supplement. One thing I was struck by was the redundancy in the text, kind of throughout the document, but especially in chapter 3, with the same points being made repeatedly in different sections and contexts. And maybe there's a reason that has to be done in the PA, but it was rather surprising and made it a little more difficult to read, and I think it could be streamlined a little more. But all in all, I think the information is there. The one major comment that I had, which really also is applicable to charge question 2, has to do with some of the language on human controlled exposure studies and their role in determining effects at near ambient concentrations and determining thresholds of effects. And there's some language in the chapter that suggests human studies can be used in this regard. And I think, so I wrote a paragraph to serve as a suggestion to EPA to consider putting some caveats about that. And, human studies show effects, have been showing some effects of particulate matter, especially on vascular function. And they show a lot of respiratory effects in ozone studies, which we're not dealing with, obviously, in this review. But they never show effects, almost never show effects at levels, exposure levels as low as the epidemiology studies. And well, there's a number of reasons for that, and I list some of them in my paragraph in the written comments. But first of all, you're dealing with a much smaller number of subjects than in population-based studies. The exposures are short, and importantly, the subjects are generally healthy, or if they have cardiac or respiratory disease, it's mild and stable. And people that are of increased risk are generally not studied, such as children and the frail elderly. And people of color are often underrepresented. So humans, and the other reason is that to see an effect of a short-term study, you have to provide a contrast with what the person is being exposed to on a daily basis. So the concentrations need to be somewhat higher than the ambient and peak ambient levels that they're being exposed to. So it's fine if you see an effect, but an absence of an effect at a given concentration in a human study should not be interpreted to represent a no effect threshold when we're talking about the real world. So that's a point that I think is not made in the PA or the ISA and should be made. I provide an example. Oh, no, that's a different point. So that's my main point. Now, there's some other things in my comments that are sort of more editorial. One thing on page 322, where the section is supposed to be talking about accountability studies, but 2 of the studies they cite are not accountability studies by my definition. They are studies comparing 2 different populations that live in 2 different areas with differing levels of exposure. To me, that's not an accountability study where you're looking to see if reductions in exposures, either due to naturally occurring situations or to regulation, result in improved health status. And that's not what those two studies are. The details are in my written comments. And then there's some issues that I commented similarly in the ISA about the language on immediate effect and the definition of immediate. And so the same problem with language is here in the PA that needs to be addressed. I did want to make a comment on cancer. First of all, there's just, again, an editorial. There's language on page 339 that says, a subset of the studies focus on lung cancer incidence, also examined histological subtype, providing some evidence of positive associations for adenocarcinomas, the predominant subtype of lung cancer observed in people who have never smoked. Problem is that adenocarcinoma is also the most common type of lung cancer in smokers. So this statement has a really questionable significance. There's a statement on page 340. Overall, there is limited evidence that long-term PM2.5 exposure is associated with cancers in other organ systems, but there is some evidence that PM2.5 exposure may reduce survival in individuals with cancer. So that's one of my concerns about the cancer issue. And of course, cancer in the ISA, in the 2019 ISA, was upgraded from, suspicion of being causal to likely to be causal. The CASAC review at the time disagreed with that and thought that there wasn't enough evidence. And part of the reason for that, at least in my mind, during that review, was that the data don't really distinguish between PM causing cancer and PM reducing the survival in somebody with cancer. And that point is not really made. To me, when the issue of cancer comes up, the implication is that the PM is causing cancer, that it's increasing the incidence of lung cancer per se. And when you actually look at the studies, most of them don't have a long enough lead time to really establish that. Since we know that the process of developing lung cancer in a smoker, for example, takes decades. So those studies are really not there. And it wouldn't be surprising at all that PM exposure would reduce survival in people with cancer, given what we know about its effects on all-cause mortality, and particularly in at-risk people. And somebody with advanced cancer certainly should be considered at risk from a lot of things. So what to do with that? I think my suggestion to the EPA would be to acknowledge this concern, since they are talking about cancer here and the role of cancer, that they might want to soften the language, or at least embrace the idea that there's a difference between reduced survival and incidence of cancer. All right, I won't mention the other editorial things that are in my comments and probably don't arise to needing to be in the consensus part of the letter. There's additional language on page 3202, again, talking about the human clinical studies. The language here talks about the concentrations in the human studies are well above those typically measured in areas meeting the current standards. suggesting that the current standards are providing protection against these exposures, and that ought to be removed. I don't think you can conclude that from human clinical studies, given the previous reasons that I mentioned. In any case, the human studies are probably more relevant to the 24-hour standard, obviously, than the long-term standard. That's all I had. And I'll be looking forward to hearing others' thoughts.
So thank you, Mark. I'm hoping maybe we can squeeze in one more before lunch. George, can have the last word before our break.
All right, I'll be fairly brief. Let's see, in terms of what the scope of this charge question, the way I took it, although it was a little unclear, is that it really is talking about limited to section 3.3.1. That's about a 20-page chunk, which does a pretty good job of summarizing the evidence from the 2019 ISA and the draft supplement, with a particular emphasis, those are their words, on those studies with a causal or likely causal relationship with PM 2.5 from the 2019 ISA, as they show in table 3-1. And that's important because here now we're going beyond what the ISA covered, we're constrained to causal. Now we're saying, well, we're also going to talk about likely causal relationships here in the PA with PM 2.5. That means that respiratory, both short and long-term effects, and the long-term cancer and long-term nervous system effects, those are all likely causal, are included in this summary. Outcomes that are suggestive causality determinations, they're only briefly summarized in this section. But given that the focus is on PM 2.5 and cardiovascular mortality and the reconsideration, I think that's appropriate. There's a summary of the section 33017, which, like I think all of 331 overall, is well written. The summary is a concise recap of the PM 2.5 health effects. And I do agree with that section's overall conclusion that the evidence available in the draft ISA supplement reaffirms and in some cases strengthens, this is quoting, the conclusions from the 2019 ISA regarding long and short-term PM 2.5 exposures and mortality and cardiovascular effects. So yeah, there's a huge body of pre-existing literature and a smaller body that's been added to the supplement. But if anything, as I think was earlier mentioned, the evidence just continues to get stronger and more robust. So, and there is, as Corey mentioned, there is a section kind of in there toward the front, summarizing the administrator's rationale for no change to the standards in the 2020 review or final rule. And yeah, that could possibly either be moved to the introduction. I'm not sure if it makes a lot of sense tucked in there, but it doesn't hurt. But that's something we might want to consider. I think that's it for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Anyone want to chime in with anything before we break? I think we will not try to squeeze in one more set of comments before the break. So unless there's any thoughts anybody has before lunch, we'll go ahead and take a 20-minute break. I think we better stick to 20 minutes. We've got a lot to talk about. So by my reading, that would be what, 16 after the hour, the next hour. So we'll see you back. All right, are we ready to reconvene? I'm gonna assume people are back. And let's see, next up was Christina Fuller to discuss charge question 1 of chapter 3.
Okay. Um, Chapter 3 had a lot of information, a lot that my EPA colleagues had to condense, and I did find that there was, in my mind, some redundancy, but thinking about it in terms of having it be, knowing that it would be read not in its complete entirety, that kind of makes sense. So I just kind of skipped over some of the parts that were redundant, but I can see how it's important to repeat some information for the different sections. So similar as with the draft ISA, I have in my comments here the same note about language in terms of utilizing a different term for non-white as people of color, communities of color. So I would like to see that continue here as well. And in addition to that, in terms of specific comments, so there are, I think there can be some streamlining of the information regards to PM 2.5 and UFP, because right now they're discussed in the same kind of chapter, sometimes PM 2.5 long-term and it's UFP short-term. I think it would just make sense maybe to separate UFP in terms of the health effects into its own section so that it's clear that you're looking at UFP as exposure as compared to PM 2.5. So that's one suggestion. I think it'll make it easier to identify the gaps in research and conclusions relevant to UFP when compared to PM 2.5. In addition, looking at page 3.3, line 17 to 20, I feel that the draft supplement ISA provides additional evidence that populations of color are at an increased risk for exposure and health effects. So I suggest adding populations of color to this sentence before populations of low socioeconomic status as they discuss the at-risk populations. Let's see. I guess I'll ask my clarification question last. I have a question for the EPA. So page 343, when they're discussing UFP and nervous system effects, I would like to, that's another clarification question. I'll go ahead and ask them and they can answer them later. So first on 319, I wanted to know if UFP was evaluated for all effects or just for the selected effects that are there in the table, table 3.1. And since that's in the original ISA, then that's not one that I had readily access to. And then also on page 343 in the UFP nervous system effects, wanting to know if there were articles by Lilian Calderon-Garcia-Duenas included in the original ISA. I know there was a mention of her contributions are based on research in cohorts from Mexico. And I know there was an article mentioned from Mexico, but I'm not sure if it's hers. So it's definitely a very good researcher that I think should be considered. And but that's kind of a suggestion and a question for me, but not necessary for, we've completed our discussion about the ISA. On page 345, lines 10 through 12, I recommend changing the sentence to read, since the 2009 ISA, there have been additional studies published, instead of what it currently says, that's saying that UFP cardiovascular disease publications are extremely limited. I don't think that they're necessarily limited, because there have been additional studies in that area between 2009 and 2019. They're definitely less numerous than PM2.5, but they definitely increase in that time period. So just that change that sentence. Similar to what the changes that we made for the ISA, I think there can be some expansion of the section around COVID-19 infection and death as being a special case, and including text that states that a disproportionate burden on populations of color in terms of COVID death and severe cases, and some of the other information that was noted in the ISA. So to bring that into this as well in its summary form. So those are the comments that I had on charge question 1. There's a lot of overlap and between the sections and also between the charge questions. But that's my responses and comments for charge question 1. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mike Kleiman, did you have something to follow up on here?
Just a point of clarification. It might be useful to mention that PM 2.5 includes UFP. And in fact, the large majority of particles in PM 2.5 are in the UFP size range. And so when we're talking about PM 2.5 health effects, they actually include the UFP contribution. However, when you separate UFP as you can in controlled human exposures or animal exposures, the UFP separately has sometimes a larger effect than the PM 2.5. And I think it's an important distinction that really isn't brought out in this document, either in the ISA or the PA.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
I just wanted to agree with that as well. And, perhaps because it's mentioned there as being a component of PM 2.5, which it is, but the spatial and temporal variation of the number concentration of those ultrafine particles is very different from PM 2.5. So a little bit of explanation there would have it make sense as well. So I appreciate that comment, Dr. Kleiman.
Thank you. George.
Just to clarify this discussion, for ultrafines, they are part of PM 2.5. On a mass basis, however, they really show up very little, if at all. On a number concentration basis, as Dr. Kleiman said, yes, they dominate number, but when you're talking about mass, and PM 2.5 is usually a mass metric, as we're talking about it in this meeting, they're a minor to almost no player whatsoever. So it's confusing, but I thought I'd just make sure folks were understood those distinctions between mass concentration and number concentration.
Okay, I'll call on Terry just a minute. I want to make sure we stay on track with respect to the discussion. I'm a little worried that we're going to run out of time because we're really talking about the key aspects of evidence. And I suppose in some sense it's all the evidence, but we recognize, and we've talked a couple of times, that the evidence that gets the most weight, of course, is the causal effects and to some degree the likely causal effects. And so UFPs from that point of view are less important for this chapter. Terry.
You took the words out of my mouth. Exactly what you said and George said. I don't believe that ultrafines, there's any evidence that's risen them to the level of considering PM 2.5 versus ultrafines. I mean, they're important, but mass concentration wise, I agree with George.
Okay, let us move on to Stephanie Levinsky-Desir as next.
Hi, thank you. I actually don't have too much additional to add, but I did want to, I thought that it was a great summary, especially for those that in the beginning of chapter 3, for those that have not read the full ISA or the ISA supplement. I thought it was a pretty concise overall summary. One point of confusion, I feel like this was mentioned when we talked about the ISA and the ISA supplement, was this conversation around which studies were included from which countries and how was it determined which studies would be included. And so there are parts that talk about the epidemiological studies that were included from Asia, and then there were other areas that mentioned studies were specific to the US and Canada. And I think if we're looking at health effects, I don't know that, I think there was a mention of the point sources being different, and that was a reason for limiting to studies in US and Canada, but I don't know if that's appropriate. And again, I think it's probably more relevant for the ISA and the ISA supplement, but I think it adds some confusion here when the language varies from section to section. So sort of clarifying that would be helpful. Maybe even if there was a table to discuss sort of which studies addressed, which locations were included in which areas. And then the other just small comment was that, I think a lot of the evidence that was provided in the ISA and supplement in this review here actually strengthens the what we know about relationships. And so one example on page 350 talks about the risk to at-risk populations. And it says that the information available has not altered our understanding, but I actually think that language makes it seem like we know nothing more. And in fact, I think the body of evidence is growing in a lot of areas, and we should probably recognize that this is a strength, that we're building a larger body of evidence. So I think that's important to note. And then the last thing I'll just say is table 3.3, I thought was really helpful. And I thought I have additional comments for the other sections for at-risk populations, but I think a similar breakdown of this table that illustrates race and ethnicity for childhood asthma might be equally informative. So I have additional comments that are written, but those are for the larger summary.
Great, thank you. Let's see, next is Jennifer Peel.
Hi, thank you. I think I don't have a whole lot to add here. I will say I'm probably confusing the response to the question 1 and 3 here, which I was on for both of these, so I may have overlapping responses, but I'll try to stick to the ones I think are most relevant here. I agree. I agree with what's been said before. I think this section was really very clearly written and did a wonderful job really summarizing and expressing the evidence from both the 2019 ISA and then the draft supplement as well. So I think in response to that question, I think it was an excellent job and really characterized it well. And, I do think there's some repetition, but I think, I do think it was valuable the way it was presented. So I don't have any suggestions for change there. When I think about the charge question asked about the key aspects characterized appropriately, I think overall they were, but when I think about what the key aspects are of the evidence, it will be especially what is new and what might be changing the evidence. And when I think about that, one of the key aspects will be what we're learning about the health effects at the lower concentrations. And so I think there are sections in this chapter that do that really well. I think the sections on the long-term exposure sections generally do point out and are very clear and explicitly state where the evidence is consistent and where it strengthens the evidence from the previous assessment. For short term, exposure. I just wonder if there can be more attention, or just a careful review about if there's any conclusions about if the evidence is strengthened, and especially what we're learning at these lower concentrations. I think that aspect, and this might be covered under different questions, but it just in terms of characterizing the evidence, I think it will be really important to point out what we're learning at these lower concentrations, if anything, or what the limitations are even, but really characterizing that evidence very closely and carefully will be helpful, I think, to inform the later discussions and the later decisions. So, I think in both the short term and the long term, there can be some explicit statements about whether what we are learning, what new is in that realm, especially at the lower concentrations. And related to that, and I know this is going to come up later on as well, where this issue that was discussed earlier today, even, and in previous sessions, about where we're getting a lot more uncertainty especially with the measurements at the lower concentrations, and how that might play into the epidemiologic evidence, especially when we're looking at those concentration response functions at the lower concentrations. I think we really need to be explicit in terms of what that evidence is telling us and where we might have greater uncertainty at those concentrations. So I think I'll leave it at that. Those are my main comments. Otherwise, I think I agree with most of the comments that were stated earlier.
Thank you, Jennifer. Does anyone else have comments on just charge question 1 of chapter 3? Terry.
Yeah, I thought it was me and I just wasn't reading and paying attention enough. But when Stephanie brought it up, I agree. The Canadian studies, sometimes it was played up like there's a flavor, they're really important, and sometimes they're not as important in the risk assessment, as if it was written by different people. So I agree with what Stephanie said, that someone should make sure that the critical impact of the Canadian studies is consistent throughout this chapter.
Thank you. Mark.
Yeah, thanks. So at the risk of not being sure exactly where my comments should fall and whether this is appropriate, and please, stop me if it's not, and this is not for this section, but I also sort of overlapping 1 and charge question 1 and 3, but and I don't know where the place is for this, but there's a lot of emphasis on this mean values in different places. And I have to say, it seems like that is driving a lot of the discussion about where a limit is going to be set. But I have to say, I'm a little uncomfortable around this in terms of places where I'm not sure it's, I get we need to sort of focus on where there's the bulk of the data, but if everything was at the mean, you don't have any association. So that implies you have to have some distribution around it. And so doesn't that imply it goes below the mean? And then there's places where they seem to be saying, well, it's at the mean because that's where the confidence intervals are tightest. And I'd like to hear the statisticians weigh in on this, but when they're referring to a figure that's a spline, that, as far as I understand, is sort of thinnest at that mean point because of essentially a default setting in the program. And you can sort of set that to be anywhere. It's kind of the reference level. And in fact, the mean is not always where the bulk of the data is, because if it's skewed to the right, the bulk of the data is in fact lower than the mean. So I don't know exactly where this comment fits, but I just wanted to get out there that this mean focus, I guess we have to pick a number somewhere, I'm a little uncertain about. And especially when the idea is we average all of these means together. I mean, just because there are places where the mean happens to be higher, but others where it happens to be lower, why do we average in the ones that are higher? If we are confident about the effects found in studies where the mean is lower, why are we not using those? Not sure exactly where those comments fit, but wanted to get that out there.
All right, thank you. Corey.
I actually had sort of similar versions of that question that Mark had, and I was not going to say something about that now. So I don't know if anybody, I saw John's hand went up, if there was something else somebody wanted to say about these mean values.
I think since we're on it, we can mention it, and we can come back to it again later too. It seems
I
like
had a different comment. So.
okay.
Well, then I'll just kind of second what Mark said. I guess I just took that to be, concerns that a lot of it seems like stated concerns that a lot of the epi studies are considering these ranges of exposures that are, way above the standard. So questioning their relevance for the standard. And so picking that, I mean, that's how I interpreted it, so picking values of the mean was important for making sure we were focusing on evidence that was close to the standard, or at least not, not too far off from the standard. But all the more detailed statistical things about uncertainty, where the bulk of the data is and stuff like that. I had similar questions to what Mark said. I was actually going to bring something else, and I'm also not sure whether this is where it fits, but I think that this came up a lot in the discussion of the ISA also, but I do think this introductory part of chapter 3 that has all of this information from the administrator's letter about the decision to retain the standard last time around does fill in a lot of the context that I think those of us with a lot of varying familiarity with kind of what all happened last time, I think some of us are missing. And in particular, I think that a question came up about it has come up about whether this committee, we need to say something about like the causality determinations in the preamble or anything like that. And I think this material here is where there would be an opportunity, if the committee wanted to do this, to kind of recommend where our thinking to close this loop on the causal determinations, the causal modeling, the reason for the ISA supplement, and the administrator's letter for the previous decision could all kind of connect. And so I'll leave that there only because it's in the beginning of chapter 3 is where I think the most information is there. I'm not sure exactly what the best thing for us to do about that, if anything, is.
Well, it sounds like you're recommending that we make some comments about the causal determinations, and that you're thinking this might be the best place to do it, given the way the document is structured. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be a useful thing to do. Yes.
Okay, thank you. John.
Well, first of all, I support what Corey just suggested. And it's a little bit of a tangent, but not that much. And it's a reprise of what I said when we were reviewing the supplemental ISA. I personally disagree with the staff determination of likely causal for both long and short-term effects, respiratory effects. I think the weight of the evidence actually supports causal. That's my opinion, but I do, I have it in my written comments because I do think that, it was back in 2009, it was likely causal. I think there's been enough evidence since 2009 to support a causal determination for respiratory effects, especially when the biological mechanism used to support cardiovascular effects goes through lung inflammation. There's pretty strong evidence about respiratory mortality discussed. There's lung cancer, which is, is another type of respiratory toxicity. And then there's children's lung development is another area that's used to bolster the overall take recommendations of the PA. So it's in my written comments, but I do, I know we can't revisit the 2019 causal determinations, or at least that's my take from our discussion last in the ISA, but I take issue with them, and they'll be in my written comments.
Well, we did discuss last time in our discussion of the ISA this concern that this review was conditional on the conclusions from the 2019, and It does seem like that your point is very much addressed at that, since you disagree with those conclusions. And I think we do need to make sure that we address that clearly in our comments, whether it belongs here or it should be predominantly in the ISA. I guess it remains to be seen. It sounds like because this addresses the summary of that evidence, that would be worth at least mentioning here. So, is there anyone else that cares to comment? I wanted to try to get a clarification from EPA. I don't know if this is the right time, but we heard last time that this idea that some of the things that we're recommending that EPA changes are going to be a little bit harder. The EPA change will be harder in this review because of the fact that it's part of a process where the documents need to hang together. And it struck me when Christina was speaking about, for instance, the language around non-white versus people of color as an example of that. And it would be helpful, I think, for us, whether we hear from you now, EPA, or at another time during the public meeting, to have a little bit more clarity, so we're not recommending changes that for this review that you feel or that we haven't clearly understood are things that would create this discontinuity in the review. So that's one example, that language. And if you want to chime in now, I invite you to, and otherwise just come back to that. Barbara.
Just to take that one example, there may be an opportunity to have a box where you define, where you say non-white in the ISA has been described as people of color in the supplement, in the policy assessment. I don't think we need to be stuck with arcane language necessarily, but I'll wait and see what EPA has to say.
This is Karen. I don't know. I think that's something we may have to get back to you on as far as changing language. I think we would also kind of want to look at what the formal language is that EPA themselves have been using as far as our environmental justice program. So at least for that example, and it sounds like you may have some others that you'd like to discuss.
Yeah, well, I think it would be helpful for us when we write our consensus comments to know that. And I guess we will have a public meeting where we can get input at that time as well. So it doesn't necessarily have to be closed now, but I think it would be helpful for us to know that. Is there any other comments on charge question 1? Okay, hearing none. Mark, do you feel like you have enough to summarize the consensus?
I have just one question that is exactly what charge question 1 should cover. I sort of interpret it as applying to the whole chapter, whereas George felt it was limited to the beginning sections. And it would be helpful for me not, to know exactly what we're dealing with in this charge question. Any other takes on what the scope of this question is?
We could ask EPA if they have clarification for us.
That would be helpful.
Sure. I think what was being recognized is that the bulk of the evidence is being summarized in the first section of the chapter, right? And so that's that first set of pages. But with respect to the question itself, I think it's meant to be all encompassing of the chapter itself. Does the chapter have the appropriate evidence included, and is it translated correctly from the ISA? So I hope that helps.
So it does apply to the whole chapter itself.
Yes.
The key issues. Okay, thank you.
All right, and with that, Mark, feel free to incorporate discussion we have later in about other charge questions that might be relevant to answering this. So unless there's something else, I'm going to move on now to charge question 2. So if we can have the question posted. I'll go ahead and start reading it. What are the panel's views on the interpretation of the human exposure and animal toxicologic studies for short-term and long-term PM2.5 exposures for the purpose of evaluating the adequacy of the current primary PM2.5 standards? To what extent is the consideration of the evidence, including uncertainties, technically sound and clearly communicated? So the people who have been assigned to this charge question are Drs. Corey Slechta, Gordon, and Kleinman. And I also heard Mark Frampton allude to having responded, so I'll ask him at the end of that whether he wants to chime in as well. So Deborah, Corey Slechta, are you available to lead us off?
Yes, I am. And my response to this was generally short. I felt that the interpretation of the evidence is presented in a very fair and unbiased manner. The outcomes of the studies are accurately described. This included statements as to whether the results themselves of various studies are consistent or inconsistent with the literature to date. They were also described relative to their contribution to further understanding, for example, co-pollutant impacts, accountability analysis, and with specific attention given to the method used for characterizing exposure levels and how this influences outcomes as well as strength of the evidence. I felt that the cardiac or the mortality data in particular was very compelling. I think the one thing, and I understand why this is the case based on the legal issues and all of that, is that there's an enormous, and this kind of alludes to things that have come up before, enormous amount of consistency while we're talking about PM, despite the fact that there are going to be significant differences in the contaminants on that PM in terms of geographical areas and all of that, and that there's not enough, it's alluded to a little bit, but it doesn't really come out as a further strength of the evidence that it probably could. And I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, we are on to Terry Gordon.
Can you take off the sharing?
Yeah, I've been trying to get that to happen. Thank you.
Okay. So not too much to add. I think I disagree with Debbie on her last point, but I'll just move on. I thought the interpretations of the human animal exposure studies were appropriate. You know, the exposure concentrations are relatively high. We know that compared to ambient exposures, but the mechanistic data that comes out of it supports the epi-based associations that evaluate the adequacy of the current primary standards. But as brought up last week, I think by Dr. Baums, because of the lower exposure concentrations in the human studies, I feel they're more relevant in terms of supporting maybe a revision of the current 24-hour PM2.5 standard. In particular, and mostly because the response of healthy subjects in those studies sort of support the notion that sensitive individuals might be affected to a greater extent. So the consideration of the evidence and uncertainties, I thought that was excellent, clearly communicated. Although, and being honest here, even though my career has been built on inhalation tox, it's unclear how much these mechanistic studies really impact this or future PM NACs. Myself, I sort of believe that it would be more impactful to focus tox research on the associations of individual sources with adverse health outcomes. I think that would help more than just simple dose response studies. And this is where I don't agree with, I think, what Debbie said, because I think some of these studies have clearly shown that sources do matter. And once these different sources are speciated and identified, perhaps states and regions could focus on the worst polluters. And in particular, more research is probably needed on the contribution of traffic. Is it pollution? Is it noise? Environmental justice, coal and wildfire emissions? That's it. Thank you.
Leanne, can I just answer Terry? Actually, we completely agree on this. What I meant was there probably is uniformity across some of these in terms of the contaminants, the species that are the biggest players in this regard is what I meant. So there's going to be differences, but these consistencies still come through, which suggests that there must be speciation overlap that's contributing to this. And I agree with you, looking at these individual components is going to be the best way to get at that.
Okay, we agree. Good.
Yeah.
Right. I think I'm next on the speaker list. So I agree with what was just said. And I think the bottom line in this chapter is that the toxicology, the controlled human exposures, and animal tox studies are, for the most part, provided as supporting evidence, and they support the biological plausibility for a lot of the cardiovascular and respiratory effects seen in epidemiology. And I think where it could be mentioned, and I'm not sure whether I didn't find it, but it could be mentioned whether or not this information was considered with respect to the margin of safety analysis when evaluating possible alternative standard recommendations. I think having an adequate margin of safety is a critical part of the NACs regulations. And so this is a place where the animal and human tox data could play an important role. And I think we've beaten the concepts of UFTs and cardiovascular effects to death, so I won't bring those up verbally. I do have some comments in my written comments. That's it.
Thank you, and my apologies. My internet apparently had a hiccup. Are we moving on now to, I wanted to see if Mark Frampton had any comments on this charge question.
Nothing additional. I already made my comments about what I think we should suggest that EPA add as a caveat about using human clinical studies, the absence of an effect at low concentrations to support the idea that represents a threshold. If you see an effect at a low concentration, that can be helpful, but again, the human studies should not be, an absence of effect should not be interpreted as a threshold.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to chime in? Jim?
So I just had a quick question for Mark, just so I understand. I know you mentioned the controlled human exposure studies are always done at higher concentrations, sometimes significantly higher. Are there any studies where they filter the air and put in very clean air and do the human exposure studies and look at the difference going from ambient to well below? And Are there any of those studies?
You're muted, Mark.
Sorry. There are some studies using air filtration, or whether you consider those human clinical studies. There's some have been done in people's homes with filtering air and looking at markers to see whether they've improved, and so there's evidence there. But again, you're not completely controlling the atmosphere as you are in a chamber study. So whether that's a panel study or a human clinical study is a little bit open to debate.
Mark, I'm sorry, can they do chamber studies with the filtered air, or are those done? I'm just wondering if those are done.
You mean having somebody in a chamber just exposed to clean air?
Yes.
Well, that's done generally. That is the control situation.
By clean air, do you mean all the particles filtered out with basically no PM in the air?
Exactly. So the comparison is between the polluted atmosphere and filtered air. Ideally, you want to have both a particle filter and a charcoal filter to get rid of gaseous components, and that's your control. Now, so what you're talking about is maybe having somebody sit in the chamber and pipe in outdoor air, and then the control being clean filtered air, and that has also been done, and some of those have shown effects. But again, the outdoor air is a mixture. You're not looking at a single pollutant. So attributing that to PM or to is it some effect of the ambient mixture that's being piped in? So again, it's not really a controlled atmosphere. I mean, the bottom line, and a lot of those studies have been negative and not seen changes in endpoints. So yes, those have been done, but they don't give a definitive answer either.
All right, thank you.
Terry.
Jim, they've almost always been done in animal studies. There's always, even for the concentrated PM, there's always a clean air filter if it's done properly.
Okay, good, thank you.
All right, any further comments on this charge question? Deborah, do you feel like you have enough to answer to draft the consensus comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Then I think we'll move on to charge question 3, if we can have the slide up again. All right, so charge question 3 says, what are the panel's views on conclusions related to the full body of currently available epidemiologic literature, and in particular, the technical approach taken to conduct new analyses to inform our understanding of the relationship between mean PM2.5 concentrations reported in epidemiologic studies and annual PM2.5 design values? What are the panel's views on the interpretation of that information and evidence for the purpose of evaluating the adequacy of the current primary PM2.5 standards? Thank you for that slide. And the lead discussants are Drs. Peel, Bell, Clougherty, Rich, and Weisskopf. And Jennifer, do you want to lead us in this discussion?
Thank you. Yes, I can do that. Leanna, I wanted to ask here, given some of the questions that we've already expressed, would it be appropriate at this point to ask for a little clarification on the main point of this charge question from EPA staff, just to make sure we're responding appropriately?
I think if that's how you would like to start, that is your privilege. So
I think that would be helpful, especially for me trying to summarize this. There's a lot in this question, and I just wanted to make sure that we're addressing the appropriate points.
Leanne, would it be possible to put that charge question back up?
Sure. Will, would you do that? Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Okay, thanks. I mean, so this is getting at the analyses, looking at relating, looking at the means from the various studies and trying to think about the means in relationship to the setting of the standard. So I know that's a broader answer than maybe you want, but perhaps I would be more effective in trying to answer some questions that you have as far as things that you are wrestling with here in answering that analysis and that that work that's in the chapter.
I think that that's helpful, you know, that we're focusing on that one piece of this is really the focus, because I think it starts off by asking about the full body of literature again. And, you know, that's where some of the overlap occurred in our responses, I think. So my understanding is that you really do want to focus on the approach that was taken in the PA, utilizing the mean from the EPI studies to compare in the assessment of the design values for the standard.
That's correct. And I mean, and when we think about the full body of evidence and we think about how that full body of evidence is used in the integrated science assessment, you know, it's looking at the full body, including EPI studies from the entire world. And it's looking at, you know, whether there's an association between exposure to PM 2.5 and a specific health outcome. And so when we think about the entire body of studies, you know, we kind of think about, you know, establishing that strength of evidence with respect to the association. And so this question, rather than poking at that, is saying, okay, we are now looking at that available literature, and specifically we are looking at the epidemiological literature, and we're trying to think about how to interpret that literature in the context of adequacy of the current standard. And in doing so, the chapter is pointing to the decision framework that was used in the 2012 review when the annual standard was revised from 15 to 12, and is looking at how the administrator made that decision and how the epidemiological information was used in making that decision. And as part of that decision-making process, it was recognized that there was, while the EPI literature could not necessarily tell you at exactly what concentrations effects were or weren't occurring, that the strength of the evidence was around the mean, you know, above and below the mean was generally how it was looked at. And as such, information was digested from the epidemiological studies and focusing on that mean and looking at the adequacy of the standard. So now we've moved to this review where we have not only studies that are focusing on monitoring information, but now have branched out to look at the hybrid studies, which, as we've been talking about, add a complexity in translating between the means in those studies, the means in studies that focus on monitors, and that information with respect to the relevance of what the standard does at a design, at a monitor. So this is trying to get at that complex network of translating that information into adequacy of the standards. And I'll just mention one thing just to clarify. I know that there was a question with respect to the means of the means. And I just want to clarify that when you look at chapter 3, that discussion comes up with respect to discussions of the decision made by Administrator Wheeler for the 2020 review. And in that decision, the means of the means was used in a decision framework with respect to retaining the standard. That approach is not one that's carried through here with respect to the policy assessment and the rest of the chapter 3.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was helpful. So in terms of framing my comments, I'll start off, and then I know my colleagues have additional insightful comments as well. It seems to me for that question, it comes down to this question about what Mark brought up earlier. First, I'll start off by saying I think that the approach was pretty clear in terms of what was done, that the means were used, and the approach was to utilize the means from the studies, whether that was the ground-based measurements or the hybrid measurements, whatever that was, and to clarify where the mean came from, and to utilize that to frame the evidence. I think the approach was pretty clear. I guess the question comes down to the justification for that approach. Are we in agreement? Do we have consensus about the agreement? And I would say, I think there could be further justification for that approach. There are clearly other approaches that could be used to answer this question, and maybe there's no, as many cases, there's no right or wrong answer, right? But there could be a simplistic approach that people have used to, cut off the upper level and say, what do we see in terms of health effects if you only look at the concentrations below a certain standard, but below a certain cut point, for example, as opposed to just thinking about the means. And maybe that's answering a different question. But, I think, again, the approach was pretty clear to me, what was done, but the justification wasn't always clear. So I think that could be strengthened. And I think, probably Mark is going to say more about the concerns about this approach. I do think it just seems intuitively you're losing information by just focusing on the mean, and to only do that. Maybe that could be part of an approach, to utilize the mean, but to use that as a sole approach, it seems like we're missing some of the information about the variability, as Mark was indicating. And so I hesitate to, I know this approach has been used in the past, but I do think further justification would be needed, or perhaps some other approaches could complement the current approach to provide a more comprehensive view of the evidence. Maybe I'll leave it at that and see what my colleagues have to add to that.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. Michelle Bell, you're up next.
Hi. So I appreciate the conversation we just had about the charge questions and trying to clarify them. My answers are more to the charge question as written rather than as just described. But I just want to just talk a little bit about the charge questions, which was, views on the conclusions related to the full body of currently available literature, and in particular, the technical approach. So I just want to give the caveat that as we go through this, I think, there is a lot of overlap in how we're responding to the different questions. And I actually think that's fine. I think EPA did a good job with the nature of the questions. It's really difficult. And so I'm not that concerned about, does this comment go under charge question 3 or charge question 2? I think there's two things that are important. One is that we don't provide contradictory information, right? We don't want to say we recommend this under charge question 2 and recommend something that contradicts that under charge question 3 or whatever. And the other is just that we get the information to EPA. So that's my thought on the charge questions. And here were my responses to the charge question. So I agree with what Jennifer was saying about the value of taking approaches other than just the mean. I had, obviously there's more detailed comments and I submitted comments, but I had several comments about the issue of a threshold. So they talk about how the epidemiological studies do not identify a population level threshold below which it can be concluded with confidence that PM-related health effects do not occur. So that's 100% a true statement, but I think it is not a strong enough statement. And this is just kind of a theme of how I think the issue of thresholds and the levels are taken. So it's not just like the epidemiological studies don't show us a threshold. The epidemiological studies show us that either a threshold doesn't exist, or if it does, it's at extremely low levels. And so I think that that context is kind of missing here. And then I don't know the degree to which my next comment can be incorporated, given to what I think it was John talking about earlier, but when they talk about the health effects at low levels, the language used is limited support for. I think there's support for. I think that can be stronger as well. And then the discussion of sensitive subpopulations throughout this section in terms of thinking of the conclusions on the full body of literature. I think that here and elsewhere, when they talk about an adequate margin of safety, this has broadly been interpreted to mean including safety for potentially sensitive subpopulations, not an adequate margin of safety for the average healthy person. And that concept, I think, is in a lot of EPA's thinking, but I think that can be made more clear when they talk about their conclusions of the evidence. Similar to that, there's just some cases where they give examples of like populations and life stages that may be at comparatively higher risk of experiencing a PM 2.5 related health impact, but then the examples they give are only life stages, only based on age. And so I think that one cannot overemphasize the issue of different susceptibilities for different populations, and to only list ages, I think does not give enough weight to the full body of evidence. So you want to mention racial ethnic minority subpopulations and people of socioeconomic status and so on. And then just a couple other comments. One is something that I've brought up before. Again, I don't know exactly if it goes under this charge question. I think it is related to the question as written, but they talk about, for example, evidence supporting an association in multiple US cities and in diverse populations. Ignoring the wealth of study outside the US is a really bold statement to say that evidence, for example, for Seoul, Korea, which has PM similar to the Western US, much more similar to the Western US than like New England in the Western US, to imply that those studies don't provide scientific evidence is a bold statement that I would not make, because they do. So I think that in some cases, this is a decision to be made. In other cases, I think one could just add text to say that such associations were observed in many parts of the world, especially. And then just a couple of other comments. The discussion around PM 2.5 mass is the metric. I agree with kind of the general concept there. I think that there could be some wordsmithing that I think is important. I don't think this is a super minor issue, because the idea isn't that, the wording of like there's strong support for PM 2.5 as a mass metric. Like, I know what you're saying, but the real question is not, is PM 2.5 the best metric, but is the best available metric? Is it a reasonable indicator of what you're trying to capture? And I think that type of language will be really important, especially as the science continues to advance and we may move away from that later. And then one last thing just on language, I take to heart the comment from EPA earlier with respect to white versus people of color phrasing, that they have to go see what is the kind of the standard language allowed by the agency. But similarly, I think the word man-made is outdated, and you could just replace it with anthropogenic if that's permitted under EPA language. And just broadly, this is my last comment, that the attention paid to potentially vulnerable sensitive subpopulations in terms of thinking about summarizing the full body of currently available evidence, I found that to be inadequate. That's been brought up by other people on the committee in relation to other charge questions as well. But overall, still an amazing amount of work and amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Jane Clarity.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Again, an amazing job by EPA. I mean, this is an extraordinary effort. There's no getting around it. Really a fantastic piece of work. I also concur with the prior reviewers who've mentioned that it was a little bit challenging to match up the charge question with the sections of the documents to focus on. But that is perhaps the nature of the charge questions being rather sweeping. And And I agree with the points that it's important that we get the best information we can back to EPA and make sure we're not contradicting ourselves in different areas. I'll start by absolutely concurring with everything that's been said previously by my colleagues in regards to this charge question. A lot of really excellent points have already been made that I won't reiterate, with the sole exception that yes, I agreed with the point that Mark Weisskopf raised earlier, that it was a bit awkward to read a tremendous amount of emphasis on the means within these studies, when kind of by definition, the mean of that area along the curve, to which a linear relationship is quite well known, by definition overestimates the region where that linear relationship starts. So it was a bit awkward. However, my takeaway is somewhat different, because I really appreciate that EPA went to the trouble to draw out those studies which reported either the 10th percentile or the 25th percentile of the exposure range examined, and gave those to us in tables 3-5 through 3-8 through 3-12 or so. My takeaway was that there's a huge call here for more epidemiologic studies to be doing a better job of reporting the range of their exposure data. It seems like there was almost a forced reliance by EPA on the mean, because they just didn't have enough information on the exposure distribution. So EPA really needs those 10th, those 25th percentiles in order to be making more informed estimates of what is the exposure range we're looking for. That said, I wish in some areas, such as perhaps this was, sorry, it was figure 3-8 to 3-14, where they gave us the 10th and the 25th percentiles. Back in table 3-5 was where they really put the emphasis on the mean. And I would have liked to have seen there a report of what the exposure interval was that was studied in each epidemiologic study. Was it the IQR interval that was examined? Is it a 10 microgram per meter cubed range that the effect estimate refers to? I don't know what range of exposures each effect estimate refers to. And maybe that would be a useful piece of information to help kind of understand better what that likely exposure range along the curve, the quote unquote non-linear relationship, would apply to. There's a separate issue I saw, which I was surprised other folks maybe didn't catch, or maybe it was glossed over fairly quickly. On page 3-79, the overlap in years of exposure data and health data. So here's where EPA defined what they refer to as the key epidemiologic studies that they were leaning on in this assessment. And they identified them as those in which the years of exposure data and health data overlap in their entirety. And they make a contrast to those studies in which exposure data exists for only the later years of follow-up. And this is particularly in regards to chronic exposure impacts, but it seems that it would be perfectly appropriate for the assessment of chronic exposures, or for outcomes with long etiologic periods or long latencies, particularly cancers, to be emphasizing those studies where the exposure data comes before or very early in the health data follow-up period. So I'm a little bit concerned that there might be some important information missing there by EPA kind of defining quite strictly those years of overlap, at least in regard to chronic exposures. No question, to understand short-term exposures, you need that complete overlap. But for chronic, I would want to see more representation of those studies that get the exposures right, or for which the exposures are estimated very early or prior to the health data. I agree with Michelle's point that she articulated very, very nicely, that the evidence to date, what it's showing us is that there is likely no threshold effect, or if there is one, it's very low, rather than suggesting that the evidence to date has failed to show us where the threshold is. I think she phrased it correctly, that the evidence is suggesting that there probably isn't one, or a very low one. I thought it was a really nice depiction that EPA gave us of the relationship among model-based exposure estimates using varying regions versus monitoring-based exposure estimates versus the design value. And they used that example around Atlanta, Georgia, very nicely to kind of draw this out. So it was a very useful example, very well articulated. However, the takeaway seemed to be, to my read, that the design values consistently overestimate quote unquote actual or modeling based estimates for a cohort in question. But I don't think that necessarily implies that design values overestimate true exposures for that population, because leaning on regulatory monitors, which are normally at rooftop height rather than ground level, are normally a little bit more displaced from close sources such as mobile sources than are commuters, pedestrians, bicyclists, etc. And regulatory data doesn't account for personal activities, workplace exposures, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I want to make sure that the implication here is not taken to say that the design value is inherently protective because it runs higher than these other exposure estimates. We recognize that there are plenty of other problems with the other exposure estimates, and the design values run higher than those, but that doesn't mean the design values run higher than true exposures. And I think we want to be a little bit careful about that. And then just to wrap up, I found it very striking and worth underscoring a little bit more strongly that in that relatively few number of analyses which have been done so far that restricted the exposure range examined to exposures below the current standards, they consistently are showing stronger effect estimates than studies that include the full range. And I think that's a very powerful piece of evidence that should be acknowledged, especially recognizing that once that data range has been restricted, there's a lot of loss of statistical power there, and potentially greater exposure misclassification when you're getting to the lower end of exposures modeled by or estimated using a particular modeling paradigm. So I think that's a very important piece of information that was drawn out, particularly in table 3-10, but I think it is worth a little bit more attention. So I'll wrap up there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane. We're on now to David Rich. Is it just me? I can't hear David very well, or is it sounds like you're a chipmunk.
How about now? Any better?
The chipmunk went away. Thank you.
Much better.
I love my computer. So what I was saying before I was a chipmunk was I love being at the end of this because I agree with a lot of the points that had previously been made. So I don't want to repeat too many of them, but I did want to comment on a few things that I thought were particularly important. And part of this is to kind of, we've talked about this, that CASAC should be, we're addressing this specific document, but also thinking about kind of setting how we think this should be done. So if there's other things that we don't necessarily need them to fix for this version, but we want to set this so that in future ISAs that this is thought of. All right, and so I'll come back to that in a moment. But one of the first things, I'm looking at page 3-68, and they talk a bit about the studies they're reviewing specifically for the cardiovascular morbidity section. And they're saying they emphasize multi-city, multi-state studies. And does that mean emphasize, or does that mean limited to? In some of these figures that are presented, there's several studies that are missing here that are covered either in the ISA supplement or ones that I've suggested be included in the ISA supplement. And so specifically on the studies of myocardial infarction, here that I really think need to be included. There's a lot of case crossover design, specifically a newer design. I can't even say it's newer design, but a design that's being used a lot more for things specifically like an MI, some of the clinical outcomes where the data the best data really doesn't come from a hospital admission data set. It really comes from clinical data sets, from cardiac cath labs that give you better data. And so those types of studies, if we're relying solely on multi-city or multi-state studies, which are going to be more reliant, more often using these kind of administrative data sets, we're going to be missing a lot of the more important evidence on whether there is or is not an effect of particles PM2.5 on a clinical outcome, something like MI. So I really think I list some of those papers specifically in my comments, and I'll make sure those are included there. But I would suggest that those be included in these figures. On that as well is to include something more, pages 3-162 and 3-169 both have sections describing time series studies and cohort studies and how confounding is controlled for, what confounders are controlled for in these designs. And again, case crossover designs are being used more and more and should be included more and more in this, but there's no description of that here. And so some simple text could be added there to make sure that those types of studies are included in this review. Also, page 3-158, I made the same kind of comment. And again, I hate doing this because it's my own study, but I want to make sure that it's potentially addressed and then leave others to you can rip it apart as all they want, but decide if it should be. But there's a series of studies done in New York State that were technically accountability studies, but also provide all of the same estimates from a multi-city study, the estimates of hospitalizations for various cardiovascular categories and PM2.5. And what's also included in there, and what I would expect to see in others, is that we look at upstate and downstate sites where there's varying levels of average or median PM2.5 levels. So something like that can be examined. But one of the things that I wanted to kind of draw out and to maybe, I don't know how much to discuss it now, but to think a little bit about this for future, is this issue, and Michelle brought it up, but thinking a little bit about, there's a statement in there that says on page 3-158, saying what is used to judge, they're saying that they're going to judge whether an individual source or a component of PM is a better predictor of PM2.5. And Michelle summarized my thinking a bit on this, but the point obviously here though, is that there's going to be more and more of these types of studies that are done here, where it may not be necessarily that we're trying to, or not we, anybody is trying to think of this as to replace PM2.5 as the metric that should be regulated, but more to help us think a little bit about when we do that regulation or when we suggest a certain standard, should we be targeting that at certain components or certain sources. And I think that kind of information has to be laid out there now, and it should be for future, again, that be expected to be a part of the consideration, not just looking completely only at PM2.5 mass, but thinking about how do these other things contribute, specifically on the health effects, how do they contribute to those? And there's a series of studies, some are from New York, but there's others that are reviewed that should be included here. So I'd really like to see something, and I'll talk more about this when we talk about what future studies should be done. And I think it's charge question 7, but that'll be something specific, is that we're really looking at the PM components and using that included in the arguments about how we assess the literature for PM2.5, especially when we get down into these lower levels, as we regulate PM2.5, and now, perhaps the sulfates and others, those concentrations have gone down so dramatically, as we've seen in New York State, that perhaps now the PM mass is more coming from motor vehicles, gasoline vehicles, and perhaps diesel vehicles, at least proportionally compared to in previous years. So there's going to be these types of thoughts that considerations when we're talking about health effects of PM2.5 at low concentrations that we need to. It should be. I would encourage it to be discussed a bit more here as well. And the last comment I'll say, but maybe this comes back to the risk assessment. But again, the risk assessment is done with mortality only. Right. And again, as we do more and more of these studies, looking at all kinds of different outcomes, we're going to be more often looking more and more at morbidity outcomes, not mortality. right? And I would, suggest certainly, I'm looking at Marcus's pictures right below mine, but I'm thinking of the neurologic outcomes, and certainly if it ever gets to that point where a causal determination is made for that, well, then we need to do some sort of risk assessment for these morbidity outcomes. And so if we're basing our judgment on whether or not to lower the standard based on these health effect estimates and projections on percent reductions in mortality, if we're looking at absolute numbers, then we certainly should be considering the morbidity outcomes as well. And I think, again, for future ISAs and, well, not future ISA, future policy assessments, we're really going to need to be including, if not even more focusing on these morbidity outcomes when we assess the health benefits, perhaps of lowering a standard. Right. And so with that, I'll stop.
Thank you, David. Mark.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess since Corey's not in this group, I get to be the last one finally. So that's great. So I thank you to everybody else who's commented, some great comments there. And maybe let me quickly pick up on what David was just saying and reiterate or sort of comment on that too, because I too was a little bit struck by this. And I think Michelle raised this issue too about vulnerable populations. I think for some of the comorbidities, there's evidence, particularly in vulnerable populations, of some pretty strong effects. So I was also a little surprised that those are not, that everything's focused on the mortality. And so I second what David was saying about looking at those comorbidities. So I raised the mean issue, and thank you. I'm forgetting now who from the EPA sort of talked about that, what the issue was, and also the fact that mean of the means was sort of from the past, and you were describing that's not necessarily what's being done moving forward. That was very helpful. Thank you. I just to point out though, I would take a peek at figure 3.2 on page 365, and the description of it sorry, 3.2 is on 366 and the description on 365, because it does sort of refer to, that we're most confident where those limits are the smallest, but those limits around that spline are, as I say, kind of a default thing. So just be careful about how that gets described there. And there are some places, I think like 3.196 and 197, where the mean is discussed, maybe not about averaging it, but there's certainly a sort of focus on the mean and kind of describing where you're considering alternate limits. And it's not necessarily saying this is based exactly on the mean, but it does seem like maybe that could, I guess I'd take it with that grain of salt that we need a distribution around the mean. So all of what I'm saying about the mean, frankly, I think, and maybe this is more for charge question 5B, it suggests to me we're being conservative in the place where you're setting this limit, because from my read, the data evidence would provide evidence lower down. And so I think at several points, de-emphasizing that in order to suggest that actually a lower limit would make sense. Let me quickly also pick up on something Jane was saying, which I agreed to too, and I had a bit of a question about, and I'm glad Jane had that same issue, because I wasn't sure whether I was missing something, and maybe I still am. But the design value is still a value being measured at a monitor, and so there is a relation of the hybrid to the design value, but somebody's experiencing those design value levels because they're being measured at a monitor. So if they're around that monitor, so I was a little confused about why shouldn't people there be protected as well? And so if we're letting that one monitor go high, then we're, I assume in theory, exposing people to levels that you find at that design monitor. So I was a little confused about this, and I resonated with what Jane was saying. And so some clarification on that might be good. I see Jim has his hand up. If you wanted to talk about that, Jim, I'm happy to pause, because I was going to talk about a different thing.
Yeah, I did, and actually I was planning to ask Jane this question after you were done, but since you brought it up, I just wanted to clarify, Jane, what you had said. Did you say that the design value is not necessarily an overestimation of true exposure? Is that what you said?
My read of that section, the takeaway seemed to suggest, and this is my interpretation, that the design value tends to run higher, fairly consistently higher than exposure estimates within that area based on modeling and other hybrid approaches, or even monitor-based exposure estimates over a given interval, because the design value by definition is at the highest monitor. So what I wanted to clarify is that doesn't mean that population exposures are lower than the design value. That was kind of my point.
So I think, I think this was talked about in chapter 2, where it actually did look at population, weighted population exposure, and it did show that it was lower than the design value, and that the design value was always higher than either the standard average or the population weighted average. So my takeaway was that the design value is always higher than any of the averaging that is done for the area. And that the true exposure is always going to be less than the design value. And to go to David's point was,
I just want to raise a distinction there. The true or the estimated exposure using the alternative approaches. And I'm happy to look back at this section in chapter 2 and understand it better. But I think it's, if I understand correctly, the distinction is between the estimated exposures, not necessarily, as Mark said, taking into account the individual who lives near the monitor that's capturing that design value, or taking into account other characteristics that may differ across individuals within the region, or may differ between how regulatory monitoring is done versus quote unquote true exposures.
I think
we always recognize this exposure measurement error regardless of the method. The exposure measurement method is not capturing everything.
So I think the point is that the area average exposure is going to be lower than the design value. And yes, there are going to be people who live right next to the design value, and there might be other areas of the city that have similar levels of exposure as that level. But when you look at the area average, it's always going to be lower. And the point to me was that these epi studies are based on the whole area. They're not usually based on one little subdivision that's right next to a high monitor. It's based on the whole area. Therefore, that the concentration that's being used in that epi study is an area average or even a population weighted average, which is always going to be lower than the design value. So that was my takeaway from
Okay,
that.
so I don't disagree with any of that. I'm just indicating that as much as the design value is the highest of the regulatory monitors, there are also going to be locations that are higher than the highest that EPA is monitoring, right? There might be one roadside site, for example, in each city, but it's not necessarily the case that every single high concentration location within a city is directly monitored. So the design value is capturing something on the high side and higher than the area average. I agree with you on that, but there are still going to be exposures that are above what's being captured by the design value.
Well, yeah, I would agree that there may be areas that are higher than the design value at some places, yes. And I think, David, did that address maybe what you had said about people who live further away from the design value monitor? Or not? I don't know.
I'm not sure I was talking about the design value monitor.
Oh,
you meant Mark, maybe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. I have some thoughts, but I can wait until I think Christine and Barbara had a comment, then I can talk.
Okay, I'm done.
Christina.
Right. So I think, Jane, your last sentence or two really, clarify what the design value is and how people who there could still be higher levels where they're not monitoring. And that's one of the concerns that I have, are the number of regulatory monitors and what they represent. I mean, the good thing is that, there are now some near roadway monitors. And so although there may not be huge differences with PM 2.5 near roadways as a wave, there definitely are some increases there. But just, just acknowledging that, I think it may be important to put a clarifying point in this section of kind of what Jane was just saying and how the basis of the monitors really does not represent everyone's exposure, and it's definitely something that's estimated, because I'm concerned with people at the higher end, even though for a lot of this discussion, we're trying to figure out, the lower end in terms of those lower exposures. But with regards to looking at the means, the mean can really have a high spread. So there's lots of highly exposed people, or it can be very narrow. But I think that clarification, stating what Jane said, is really important to have in the document.
Thank you. I think turn it back over to Mark.
Okay, great, thanks. So just to follow up on that point, and Jim, I think I'm seeing what the point is here, and it's a good one I hadn't thought about. I guess if the study is using an area-based measure for the pollution, then yes, I get this. You're sort of averaging, and that area-based is going to be lower, and the design value is going to be a high reading, and so a high design value will actually be telling you about a lower area-based assessment. That brings up a point that I wasn't focusing on as much as to whether the EPI studies, how often they're doing that versus using a spatiotemporal model where they're actually assigning it quite specifically based on a residence, for example, in which case it wouldn't, I think, be an area measure. And what that type of study I would think would be telling you is if your exposure is at whatever level, and if you get a low one if you happen to be in a low area, you get a high one if you happen to be in a high area. I would think if that's how the exposure assignment is happening, then that wouldn't anymore be this area thing. And so it would be saying, well, now what we're saying is if you're at a point where it's a certain level, we can assign some risk based on that level. And then the people at the design value are going to be at that risk level. Now, I'm not sure whether the mortality studies are all area-based or not, but certainly some of the specific outcome studies are based on spatiotemporal models where you get a more refined, spatially resolved estimate.
Yeah.
Barbara, if you got to comment on that. Or
Yeah.
Well, Mark, I was just going to say, maybe I'm misinterpreting something, but I think the EPI studies usually then still provide, like, here was the mean for our study, mean concentration, and here's the risk estimate or hazard ratio or whatever they're using, right? Not the actual values for all of the people.
Well, they would, if they're doing a spatiotemporal, they would be averaging it based on, they'd be giving you a mean, but it'd be based on everyone's individual,
Yeah, that's true.
All right, maybe I'll move on then to a different comment. I don't know. Although my next comment is somewhat related to this too, because I also have a question, and again, I think this is another, what I'm about to say is another example of why I think we're being overly conservative in trying to set a level, is this issue about, and someone else raised this too, I don't know if maybe Stephanie or Michelle, about Canadian studies and maybe other areas of the world too. But in particular, the Canadian studies are talked about that you can't, there's the suggestion, or at least my read when I read it was that, well, we can't use these because we don't know in Canada how the hybrid model area measures relate to a design value monitor in Canada. But that's not clear to me that that's what we need to know. It strikes me as if we trust the hybrid model in Canada in the same way we trust the hybrid model in the States, then the Canadian studies are telling you what an area level of X does. And then we can go into the US and say, well, if we have an area level of X, what does the design monitor say? And we have that data. So from my perspective, I don't see why we can't use the Canadian models just because there isn't a Canadian design monitor. The studies, to me, I thought, say, if you have an area level exposure at this, here's what the health effect is. So if we believe that we would see the same thing at an area level
of that level in the US, if the models are supposed to be the same, then we know in the US if the area was X, what the design monitor relation would be. So why can't we use the Canadian ones? That was another question I had.
And it looks like Michelle wants to chime in on that question.
Yeah, I'll chime in on that very, very briefly. So, so I agree with what Mark was just saying, and it gets to my point too about what studies are being excluded. So I think there tends to be sometimes discussion of the hybrid models as if like, are the hybrid model as if like they're all the same. They're not. The monitoring network in one city is not the same as the monitoring network in another city. And Jane alluded to this quite nicely in some of her comments as well. So I think the idea that that these things are all 100% perfectly comparable is just, we all know it's false. What we want to do is avoid giving that impression. And then what does that mean for the implications of using them? So I agree with you completely, Mark.
All right, thank you. Mark, have you finished?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. David.
I just, I'm hearing these points and that same point that I think, Mark, you and I agreed on with the, why this was limited to mortality. And I don't, what I guess we need to think about too is are we going to be requesting these changes be made? Because I think we can all say things that we would have preferred to see, but are we asking for a change? Because that's quite a big change, and I'm not sure I'm ready to go that far. But I think we need to have a conversation about those points with that in mind as to, do we think these need to be done for this specific PA, or are we just trying to say in future policy assessments, these are the steps that should be taken, just to open that up.
Thank you, John.
So I generally agree with David's point that morbidity outcomes would be useful in the risk assessment. I don't think we're going to get to the risk assessment discussion today. And I'll be one of the discussions about that tomorrow. But just to be clear, it's not just mortality. There's also lung cancer. And, it used to be that, lung cancer diagnosis was a diagnosis of mortality, but that's actually not the case anymore. So I just want to be a little careful when we say it's just mortality in the risk assessment, because that's not 100% true. So I agree with your larger point, David.
I wanted to weigh in a little bit about this. I think that there's two threads that one is that what should be done and how much more full the information should be. And the other is this thread I've been hearing about how things are characterized that maybe is too conservative. And so that's not redoing the analyses and rewriting the document, but that's maybe changing the emphasis and the judgments and the weight of evidence a little bit. So Christina.
Yeah, so this is a lot to digest and a lot to think about, and recommendations and suggestions. So I think a suggestion is that through this discussion, just realizing how the focus on the means, which makes sense and that should be spelled out more clearly, but looking at the means and that focus for the health studies is going to lead us to standards that are based on means as well. And we're not going to get into this until tomorrow, but there are still really big disparities that do not seem to be solved by lowering the annual standard even down to 8. There's still disparities there, although they seem to lessen a little bit. So just thinking about in the future, how analyzing the data in a way that also looks at lower concentrations, which is really important, but also those parts that are higher concentrations as well, so that we may, in the future, EPA can decide to have a different type of standard that can perhaps help to decrease the disparities that we see. Because for my mind, that's, I think, a little bit more important than looking at the lower end of the spectrum, is to look at why we have such large disparities. And so that's a suggestion.
Thank you. John?
Well, I look forward to our discussion tomorrow, Christina, because you just took some words right out of my mouth that I would have given tomorrow. But I'll just agree with you today. And, in California, we actually have the California Resources Board that I sit on. We actually have a mandate from the state legislature to address exposure disparities in low-income communities of color. It's Assembly Bill 617 authorizes us to do that. And we have, actually documented that as the overall air quality improves in terms of PM 2.5, because of the Clean Air Act and our enforcement of it in California specifically, the affluent white communities, there's been a decrease. There's been a decrease in low-income communities of color, but there's still a disparity. Forgetting about health effects, just on the actual exposures, there's a disparity. And given that there's also vulnerabilities in these communities that are, separate from the actual pollutant concentrations, the exposures, this is a very important, issue. And EPA, throughout the document, sort of recognizes this, or has recognized it in the past. They got away from spatial averaging, because in fact, spatial averaging discriminates, if you will, against communities where there's higher exposures. So I totally agree that there are issues with using the mean, just like you said, Christina. And I look forward to more discussion about this tomorrow.
Thank you, John. Any other further comments on this charge question 3? I'm not seeing any. Jennifer, do you feel like you have what you need to draft some consensus comments?
Yeah, I think I have a lot of rich discussion to compile. One question, though, I just want to ask to make sure we've answered this question. Are we recommending anything, any different approach other than the mean? And do we have a specific recommendation? I mean, I think I've captured the other comments and the broad discussion, which was fantastic.
Just to chime in on that point, I think where we're probably in agreement is that we wish we could. We wish there was a range or maybe something below the mean that we could recommend, where a well-known, very clear linear relationship appears to be well documented with consistency across the epidemiologic literature. But we're also kind of recognizing that it doesn't appear that that evidence exists to date. And EPA actually did a nice job of trying to dig out those studies that were reporting the lower end of the range, at least at the 10th or the 25th percentile being reported, but there were many fewer studies that did so. What exactly would be that alternative point that we would recommend? I don't think we know that right now. My interpretation of this, really, as I mentioned earlier, is this is really a call back to epidemiology to really elucidate the exposure distributions more clearly that we're examining.
Thank you.
I don't know what others think of that, but that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, I sort of agree. I glossed over the question of, okay, if you don't take the mean, what do you take? And that then will be a whole nother debate. I mean, there is some text in there about potential alternatives, the 25th percentile, whatever. I don't know how often that's actually mentioned. So that could be problematic. But in sort of riffing a little bit off of Leanne's comment about, conservative versus not something we can address right now, as opposed to sort of changing what they're basing the whole thing on. There is text in, I think, 3197 around alternative annual standard levels, where they sort of talk about where emphasis is placed. And maybe that's a place where we can talk about, you know, de-emphasizing or loosening a little bit that level, or recognizing that there's a little bit of a range around that, just to sort of de-emphasize that it has to be the mean itself, may be a recommendation that is a little bit more actionable now.
Thank you, Mark. David.
Just the last point, I was just thinking that, you know, perhaps, you know, and I appreciate EPA really did a lot of digging on this. So I'm not trying to add to work, so I hope this doesn't come across that way. But, you know, is there, you know, a way to kind of estimate what we think a different distributional point may be? I mean, so if you have a study that provides a mean, but also, you know, gives the interquartile range increase that's used, or provides, you know, one standard deviation increase, you know, again, it's not an exact, but is it a way to estimate, you know, the 25th or something like that? And others here obviously much better at that than I, but just the thought would be to think a little bit about that, to see if there's anything that could be learned from doing something like that.
Thank you. Any further comments from the panel? Terry.
This is, to me, it's interesting discussion. I'm just wondering if getting this non-mean data would require EPA to come up with new methods to reanalyze everything. I mean, I'm not an epidemiologist or mathematician, so I'm just curious where this is going.
Not seeing any answers right now. I mean, realistically, I think our advice is going to want to focus not so much on redoing the whole thing as in what judgments and emphases can be made based on the evidence that's been compiled. So realistically, I think that for this review, I think that's going to be our priority. For future reviews, though, as we develop more clear thinking about that, we could certainly make suggestions for how to do things in the future.
Excellent, excellent.
If I may chime in.
Yeah,
Yeah, sorry, if I may chime in on that briefly, maybe this wouldn't be too onerous, but one thing that would be nice to see in tables 3-5 through 3-7, where the studies are cited and summarized that are kind of the key epidemiologic studies reviewed. The mean is reported, but the exposure interval analyzed is not, whether it's an IQR, a standard deviation range change, a 10 microgram per meter cube change. That should be readily accessible from each of these studies, and that could be additional useful information. That maybe isn't too terribly hard to add to the document.
But I think those are all scaled to a 10 microgram per cubic meter increase. But it might, at least that's what in the ISA, at least that's how they were done.
Do the studies really not, I mean, they give the mean and don't give a standard deviation around the mean of the distribution?
Yeah, I'm looking at 3-5 now, and yeah.
But I mean, not in the table in this document, but the actual primary studies.
The actual studies must have it.
Right, yeah.
I'm just looking at this document. And in this document, they're microgram per meter cube means, no standard deviation.
Yeah, and David's right that everything's scaled to a standard unit, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an IQR or whatever unit that is reported in the study, which isn't necessarily based on the distribution of the exposure. It could be based on something else. But presumably if that adds some more useful information, that would be easy to add. Any further comments about this charge question? Is there anything that EPA wants to clarify about this discussion we've had before we close today?
I don't think so. I think maybe, all CASAC meetings are kind of a wandering road as we sort through all these things. And so I think I'll just wait tomorrow to see if any clarification is needed.
All right, thank you. I think given the time, I will turn this back over to Aaron to recess us.
Yeah, and I'll just remind both EPA as well as the public, if there are any additional clarifying comments you would like to make to CASAC, please let me know before the break tomorrow. And then also to panel members, in the midst of all the emails I sent you something yesterday regarding your availability for the follow-up meeting. So if you can please respond to that if you have not yet. And then we'll go ahead and recess, and then we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow.
And we'll start with charge question 4, just as the agenda says.
So we're right on schedule.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye everyone.
Thanks, Aaron.